warfare in 2023. This shift has brought four spectrum of challenges impacting both Ukraine and Russia on multiple fronts. So what steps can and should Ukraine and its allies take to contain the aggressor state in 2024? Is Russia really ready for the attrition war, considering the challenges that faces the Kremlin? So we are looking forward to sharing ideas and insights and leave enough room for Q&A sessions, as well as time for general discussion. So we encourage our participants to be active, ask questions, give comments, enriching the event with their own points. So now I'm passing the floor to my colleague Armenak Ghanisyan, who also cannot wait to welcome you and who will provide you with the detailed agenda, events agenda. Armenak, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Alex. Thank you for the introductory word and for leading our institute, leading as well our social studies. Thank you to all the keynote speakers. We really appreciate that you could dedicate your valuable time to this discussion, which is, I believe, very important, especially in the light of recent developments, the shift to irregular warfare efforts, which are should be the primary focus of Ukraine at this point. Well, just a couple of technical notes. I'd ask you to type in your questions. I mean, attendees, please type in your questions in the chat. We leave at our disposal to pick the questions or to either to dismiss them. Also, I apologize for this technical issue. Please, dear keynote speakers, I will share your slides. And please tell me when you want me to turn over the pages, because it seems that either I will not be able to record this session. Also, dear attendees, please pay attention that this meeting is being recorded. We currently do not follow the Chatham House rule, so this discussion is completely public, and IKAR is not responsible for your personal opinion you express in here. Thank you very much, and please, Pär, the floor is yours, and I think you will introduce the topic of your speech as well. Thank you very much for joining in, and let's start.
Thank you. All right, I'm just waiting for the slides to appear.
Just a second, please. Yes, I'm opening it right away.
Excellent, thank you very much. Yes, my name is Pär Gustafsson Kurki. I work for the Swedish Defense Research Agency, which is a Swedish government structure. I would just like to add that the views are my own. Today I will talk about the Russian understanding of soldier morale. And this is based, the talk is based on research I published last year in Swedish, and it was translated into English and can now be downloaded as an English language report from foi.se. It's a fairly concise report. So it's a starting point for today's discussion. Can I have the next slide, please? First of all, I'd like to say that FOI and the project I'm working in has been studying Russian military capability for about 20 years. I haven't been working for 20 years in the group, but the group has a tradition of at least or even more than 20 years of trying to assess Russian military capability. When the Russian invasion of Ukraine started in February 2022, it quickly became apparent to us, and I believe to many or perhaps most Western or military analysts, that we had misunderstood some important aspects of the Russian military capability. We had been focused too much on counting tanks and military hardware, and too little focus, or no focus at all, almost, on the soft factors, so the qualitative factors such as soldier morale. Of course, as we all know, Ukraine's fierce resistance and counteroffensives in the first year of the war showed that it's not the size of the dog in the fight that matters, it's the size of the fight in the dog. So it became apparent that soldier morale is an important factor to study, and therefore I took the challenge and did this research during last year. The phenomenon that soldier morale concerns is actually, of course, an empirical phenomenon, battlefield phenomenon that can be described as or defined as social and psychological processes among soldiers on the battlefield. And a key aspect of this empirical phenomenon is the soldier's degree of enthusiasm for the task. And that is the definition I have chosen or used for soldier morale in this study. So basically, it's about how willing the soldier is to fight and continue fighting despite losses and so on. There are many labels used in research for the same thing. Sometimes it's called morale, sometimes troop morale, military morale, combat motivation, cohesion, will to fight. But they all, in my view, boil down to the soldier's degree of enthusiasm for the task. So that is the definition that I have I decided to use in this project. Can I have the next slide, please? I quickly realized when I started to do this work that I would not be able to access the kind of empirical data necessary to actually say something, to actually analyze battlefield processes on the Russian side during the war. There's only a lot of anecdotal evidence in journalistic publications and so on, and that is not really possible to say something social scientifically valid about what is going on from just reading the anecdotal evidence. So I decided that the viable approach to this, to gain some knowledge about this complex phenomenon, is to study how Russian military analysts write about soldier morale. So those analysts that are on the other side of the war, how they conceptualize soldier morale, how they think about it, how they believe it should be maintained, created, and so on. So I have strategically selected 11 important or key texts that were written from the 1990s to 2022. And the material sorry, can be boiled down to a 3-point model. And this is the key result of my that I present in the report. It is what I call the Russian model of soldier morale in 3 points. So can I have the next slide, please? So those 3 components or themes are spirituality, communality, and coercion. And spirituality is the, or duchovnost in Russian, is the belief in the transcendence of the spirit over the material world. So that is basically eternity rather than everyday material circumstances, so to speak. It's the important thing. In terms of soldier morale, the military analysts tend to emphasize this quite a lot. They describe it as a unique feature of Russian soldier morale, something that they have that the rest of the world does not have. Communality is the focus on collectives rather than the individual, and for the concept of soldier morale, it means that there's a focus on creating an emotional arousement in the masses, in the army, in the battalions, in the brigades and the companies and so on, rather than focus on how to motivate individual soldiers give them incentives to fight. It's a matter of whipping up a frenzy in the collective. And there's also this idea of sacrifice that goes, self-sacrifice that goes into this. Coercion of these 3 points, these 3 components of the Russian model of soldier morale, coercion is the one that is most similar to other countries or Western countries, Western armed forces views of soldier morale, because every military organization per definition builds on the monopoly, so the state's monopoly on violence, which is delegated, and makes the higher ranking officers able to command lower ranking officers and soldiers to risk their lives, to kill, and perhaps also to sacrifice their own lives. So this is the part of the Russian model that is the least unique, I would say. There are, of course, specific aspects depending on the authoritarian or even totalitarian traditions in Russian military culture and society. But the focus on coercion itself is not a completely unique thing. There are unique features of it in the Russian military culture, but you have coercion in Swedish armed forces and US armed forces and so on. So is this model's focus on spirituality? And I've chosen now spirituality because it's something that I have found very little examples of in Western sources. It is very prevalent in the Russian military analysts' texts, but I find it very rarely or not at all in the Western research on soldier morale. So is this focus on spirituality actually a reflection of reality? And I will give you a taster of what the conclusions are in the report and in this talk. And I say that not really. There are some investments that I will talk about that they actually invest according to this belief in the importance of spirituality, duchovnost, but the whole thing has aspects of being a Potemkin village, and therefore is strongly an ideological product. There are other factors that are more important, I believe, I would argue, for Russian soldier morale than spirituality. It is more an ideological propaganda thing. So can I have the next slide, please? I will give a brief history of the military clergy, which is a manifestation of this belief in the importance of duchovnost for spirituality for soldier morale. It existed in the Tsarist armed forces, the Tsarist era, but was abolished in 1918 after the Bolshevik coup a few months earlier. It was reinstated in 2009 by a decision by the then president Dmitry Medvedev, which also is a manifestation of the rapprochement between the Russian Orthodox Church and the Russian state. And Dmitry Adamsky has called this this manifestation of the rapprochement as the military clergy as the greatest, the most grandiose achievement of the church in the security realm. Since 2009, there has been a gradual build-up. From 2014, there was created an educational infrastructure. 5 military command colleges began to offer courses for budding military priests. And after 2015, the first real missions, the Syria campaign and then Ukraine, was launched with the military clergy as participants. I can have the next slide perhaps now. Thank you. So what can be said about the model and the reality? Has the model's focus on spirituality been reflected in military investments? Yes, as I've described, they have recreated the military clergy. Which, by the way, it's not a uniquely Russian idea. There are military clergies or military chaplains in most, basically, I would say most, or if not all, countries with armed forces. But the level of investments they have put into this, I would say, is relatively small. In 1918, there were about 3,700 military priests when the military clergy was abolished. And after 2009, there has been only 250 official positions as military priests in the Russian armed forces. And this does not reflect the demand for pastoral care, for instance, especially during wartime. So there's a lot of fuss about Dukhovnost and the military clergy that is used in the state narrative about being an Orthodox nation, an Orthodox military, but I would say they haven't really seriously invested in it, put the money into it that would reflect this purportedly this importance of the concept. So has previous investments played an apparent role for military operation successes? Well, I would say no, because in the 1990s, at least second Chechen campaign war against Chechnya between 1999 and 2009 was fought without the formally existing military clergy, and they achieved their political goals with crude methods, of course, but they still achieved their political goals. There's also an argument to be made that in the Tsarist era and during the First World War, the military clergy was at its height, organizational high point. They had more people and more priests and more organizational resource than ever before, but they still didn't manage to prevent a defeat or failing morale among the troops during those times. So basically, my conclusion is that there doesn't seem to be a necessity to have this institution of military clergy to achieve military success. There are other factors that we should take into account. So basically, if you want to understand the military setbacks of the Russian armed forces in the first year of the war, we should look elsewhere. We should not look at the lack of the low number of military priests. At least that is my conclusion. I think next slide would be good now, please. Excellent. So my basic 2 points here is that spirituality is, at least to a degree, a Potemkin village, because there are other factors such as territorial recruitment of soldiers and a factor of coercion, which is more important for soldier morale in the Russian version of it than Dukhovnost is, despite Dukhovnost being the thing that they talk about constantly. That they claim this to be important, but I believe is less important than they claim. So this leads to the conclusion that spirituality is probably mostly an ideological product, and in that sense, it is used in the purpose of associating something that Russian Russians tend to believe is a positive value. Roughly at least half of the population believes that duchovnost is a positive value according to World Value Survey. And associate that value via the military clergy, for instance, via the military clergy to militarism in general, and thereby make it more difficult for people to voice anti-war opinions. So they're suppressing anti-war sentiments, probably both in the larger the civilian society and within the armed forces. And as such, they can actually contribute to unit cohesion, but to a limited extent, is my conclusion. So thank you very much for listening, and I'm very happy to receive any questions and comments on my talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pär. It was an excellent presentation and very interesting, considering that we're shifting to the war of attrition, and soldiers' morale is very important. And if I may, I will ask the first question. Considering your concept of spirituality, communality, and coercion, so you put coercion in the third place. So does it mean it is you did it intentionally, so it's relatively less important in comparison to spirituality? And talking about spirituality, духовность, are there significant differences, according to your conception, between Russian soldiers in understanding spirituality? So as religious, ethnical, cultural, language, even language background among them is very diverse. So in other words, if spirituality is the same for the conscripted from a resident from Krasnodarsky region and Buddhist from Buryatia, or resident of St. Petersburg and a Muslim from Karacháyevo-Cherkessia. So please.
Okay, thank you. I will try to address those questions. Very interesting, good questions, by the way. The first one about the ordering of these 3 points in the model. It doesn't mean that since I put coercion as number 3, it doesn't mean that it actually means that that is the most important aspect, I would say, the most clearly, I believe, effective component of the model. I put spirituality first because it's the most unique point. That I cannot find it in soldier morale research in the Swedish context or in the UK context and so on. I think you can find it there too, because of course there are military chaplains in our countries as well, but it's a different research. Future research basically has to define that. But I would say that in actuality, it's coercion that is most important, and they have this very interesting distinction between the characteristics of the officers and the soldiers. They speak about officers as people with that are dynamic, that have that have willpower, that can make decisions. That is also the characteristic, the ideal characteristic of the Russian officer. And on the soldiers, they speak only about, or primarily about, self-sacrifice. They are supposed to be happy to sacrifice themselves for the collective, the state, for the officers that commands them, and so on. That's the ideal type, the ideal picture that the analysts paint, at least. So, and your second question, I'm afraid I cannot say very much. It's a very interesting question. I would like to know more about it too, but I simply lack good or any kind of reasonable empirical data about it. I can only speculate, and we can together talk about it, but I don't have any clear knowledge or insights to share, I'm afraid. But it's very interesting thought that the conceptualization or understanding of duchovnost could differ between the bigger people from the bigger cities and from the regions. Of course, it could correlate with churchliness and the degree of that people go to church, for instance, which is very low in Russia. Only 10 to 12% go regularly in church. So there are very few who are deeply religious, in fact. Maybe the regions are, yeah. Sorry.
Thank you for your answer. Yeah, it's welcome to our world, as we are also frequently asked the same question. It's not about the morale of Russian soldiers, but about the differences, significant region and religious differences between different Russian citizens. And if we can talk about these perceptions, the same perceptions of the different parts of Russia, looking at the same problem. So yeah, we can keep arguing about this, but we have more questions to come. Armenak, please tell what we have.
Alex, thank you very much for this meaningful question. And we have a couple of questions from the audience, from the attendees. So please, Pär, keep in mind we have Christian joined. So please, if you can do it, please be concise. So the first question is, if I may, Bren, I'll voice it. Is there any work connecting duchovnost and coercion as projection of external propaganda? This would point to this matter not being focused on Ukrainian troops. This would explain many of the far right-wing ideological ties to Russia.
Yeah. Basically, what I'm trying to ask here is just, sorry to jump in. What I'm trying to ask here is, I work on the command and control network. So I work on the mechanics of how influencer networks spread propaganda. And I've noticed a lot of parallels between like Russian sense of spiritual identity and how that overlays onto the far right. And I believe that can be explained through mechanical means, specifically on the Ethereum network. Has there been some consideration? I'd love to get your perspective on that. Like, it seems to be a useful thing to project outward more than manage inward.
Okay, thank you. Very, very good question. I will see if I can offer some thoughts on this interesting question. My first thought is that duchovnost as a concept clearly links to the wider ideological / theological concept of Ruski Mir, the Russian world. And this is a concept that has also had a lot of has attracted a lot of people on the far right, and also radical Christians of various denominations have found this concept attractive. So I'm not sure if I answer your question the way you were hoping to, but I think it's an important point that this model of Russian soldier morale, it connects to it's a holistic in a sense. It connects to the wider society and the wider propaganda environment, which basically is like a kitchen cupboard where we're full of ingredients, where citizens can pick and choose whatever they feel is most important to them. And duchovnost is one key ingredient in that. So it's not just aimed at soldiers, but it's something for the civilians too. It's my guess.
Yeah, thank you, Pär. And we have another brilliant question, Mr. Mittun. You could ask it by your own words now, if you want, or I can read it out. If I can read it for you, if you want.
Well, I can read it if you like.
Yeah, please.
Thank you so very much for the presentation. I sort of sense that we're discussing the Russian military as one common group, but we see from mobilization and recruitment process that is not the case. We see reports on prisoners being sent to the front line with limited training. We see reports of minority groups being forced into military service in order to gain citizenship and so on. How does this fit with your model?
Thank you. That's a great question. Very important one, because it strikes right at the heart of the difference between, or the distinction between, the empirical world, the empirical phenomena, and the model. Because the model is basically a matter of how the Russian military analysts think about this. Many of those who wrote this text I have analyzed, perhaps half of them are militaries and also scholars at the same time. So this, I believe, speaks somehow for, in a way, for they give a military point of view as well. But I agree with you. The empirical aspect, the empirical phenomena we're talking about, which I can't say much about, what is actually happening on the ground, on the battlefield, is clearly, as you say, influenced by the composition of the armed forces, and as you say, as you point out very well, there are both those who have enlisted voluntarily and those who have been more or less forced, or at least the more coercion involved in their recruitment, so to speak, because they were prisoners when they got the question, the offer. But again, that is unfortunately beyond my study. I can sort of offer the conceptual base for how Russians tend to think about soldier morale. We would need a different type of data to say something coherent and concise and valid about the actual processes on the battlefield. So great question. I'm afraid I can't give you a better answer.
Thank you very much, Pär, for such meaningful replies to questions. And we have a question from Dr. Joris van Bladel, who is an old friend of our institute and our colleague. So please, Joris, would you like to voice your question?
Hi. Do you hear me? Sorry.
Yes, we do.
Okay.
Please proceed.
No, I'm interested in of course, the morale of the Russian soldiers, but from a different perspective, in the sense of military leadership. And we have different approaches: the mission command approach, clearly, and the top-down approach. Have you looked into these aspects of the type of leadership style and how they influence the morale of the soldiers?
Thank you. Great question again. I will try to say something about that. It is clearly something that I have been thinking about, and again, it's a matter of the scope of the study, that I basically base my conclusions on what the military analysts have said, what I've observed in their texts. And the leadership aspect would enter into the component of coercion in the model, because the focus on coercion in Russia means to a great extent what I mentioned earlier, that there's little concern for the individual soldier's motivation. There's more concern about forcing people to do things, in a sense, and just expecting the soldiers to be willing to sacrifice themselves for the greater good, as it is constructed. So apart from that, I think that it could be very interesting to do a study that is more focused on the leadership aspect. I'm of course familiar with the mission command, that type of concept, and the Russians have tried to they have been talking about delegating authority. I'm unsure. Maybe Armenak and Alex can say something about what their experience are actually from the battlefield on this, but I think it's unclear whether they have actually managed to delegate authority the way that is supposed to be done according to mission command philosophy. But they have been talking about it, they have been even writing it in some formal documents 10, 12 years ago. Whether they have actually trickled down into actual combat behavior, I don't know.
Thank you very much. That is not a question from my side, but just to fill in that point regarding what's happening on the ground. Being a participant of Izium counteroffensive, we have found actually religious texts in Russian trenches, which abandoned trenches. Well, they are deeply spiritual if you look into them closely. But when you are trying to analyze them from the perspective of call to action, they are basically, disregarding the morality, the ethics, because unfortunately I don't have a copy with me now, but I'll definitely ask my fellows to send me over the hard copies of them. And what I clearly remember, that it was stated that since you are dealing with Nazis, so basically they are not people and you cannot extend any ethics onto them. And that's quite interesting because, of course, I cannot answer for actually attitudes of Russians, but Russian soldiers to that. But I believe that comforted them a lot. Well, that was my short commentary. I'll be delighted to follow on this discussion privately and publicly. And I pass the word to Alex, please.
Yeah, Pär, thank you for your excellent presentation. And as for our experience of the trenches, it's about first you deal with spirituality and communality, and then you go to coercion, because the most lonely place on the earth are trenches. Where you're all alone under the shelling, tanks, etc., etc. So the most lonely place on the earth. So thank you once again. We can keep going, with our memories, but we have a new and another prominent speaker joining us, Christian Kaunert, professor of international security in Dublin City University. Christian, hello, and the floor is all yours.
Hi, everyone. Thank you. Thank you so much for having me. It's a great pleasure and a great honor to be there with you today. I'm sorry that I couldn't be there for the entire event, but I'm fully supporting it. And I hope that whatever I'm going to tell you is not, in a sense, too much overlapping with what's been said before. But if it is, I extend my apologies for that. But I'll be very interested to hearing your points of views and your comments and suggestions. So my expertise is really in relation to the European Union. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the European Union and the European Union's role, if you like, about the conflict here, that in a presentation I called it a kind of Russia and the invasion of Ukraine from hybrid warfare to outright invasion, because obviously, as you've probably already discussed before, this has a longer history, and that is, of course, not something that only happened the moment that Russia invaded, but of course happened already before. So let me just give you a little outline of how, in general, this is defined, the origins of hybrid war here, of course, linking to Hoffman, where he was discussing different modes of warfare, including, of course, conventional capabilities, what we're seeing, of course, right now, but combined with irregular tactics, formations, terrorist acts, in fact, and also including indiscriminate violence, coercion, and criminal disorder. Hybrid warfare in this context is a distinct form of low-level conflict, spanning the whole spectrum of capabilities. Nowadays, obviously, we wouldn't call it a low-level conflict anymore. That's why in the presentation title it says outright invasion. It's deliberately here a merger of conventional and unconventional warfare that is conducted under one single central authority and is at the direction of a state or could be a state-like actor. In Ukraine, of course, we also had the involvement of Wagner that was, in a sense, a state-like actor, but could be argued under a central single authority. The aims here are to achieve political objectives that would not be achievable only with conventional methods, and we can certainly say this is the case here when I look at the role that Russia has played in European security more broadly, and also the blending of conventional and unconventional warfare that enables to exploit the adversary's strategic and doctrinal weaknesses, maintaining both deniability and strategic surprise. Then a geopolitical picture, and again, apologies if you've already discussed this, but I thought I'll just start with a very brief introduction here that is, of course, the geopolitical structure that comes out of the former Soviet Union with the Russian Empire that collapsed obviously in 1917 with the Russian Revolution, the Soviet republics and so-called autonomous areas, and of course the 15 Union republics that were established based on nationality, if you like. There were a number of autonomous areas at the time also in the Soviet Union, created by the Soviets to give obviously regions of various sizes, especially special ethnic homelands, as we know, of course, not always in congruence where they always settled and where they always lived. The centralization and expansion of the Soviet state then later it remained centralized, of course, a strong emphasis on the intelligence apparatus. Republics didn't have a strong autonomy under Stalin, and of course, there was an enlargement of the Soviet Union, as you might say, after World War II. Centralization during the Cold War, well, the Soviet Union and the United States and the West in particular became strong antagonists here in the global Cold War. The West was the enemy. So I heard you discussing earlier the term Nazis that was being applied to Ukraine. In fact, this is a term that's been applied very frequently during the times of the Cold War against what is generally seen as the West. This is part of general communist propaganda that was quite frequently applied to all aspects of the West. The United States, myself, I'm originally from West Germany. That was a frequent term applied also to West Germans, but also to other parts of the West of Western Europe and in general. Now, with the end of the Soviet system, I don't want to dwell for too long on the historical aspects here, but of course, we saw then the introduction of glasnost and perestroika, and in December 1991, the independence of all the 15 republics as the Soviet Union ceased to exist. We see that obviously Russia, that was still very, very interested even in the early 90s in terms of the successor republics, such as Ukraine, but also others such as Belarus, Georgia, Azerbaijan, Moldova. We see the invasion, of course, of Moldova, or the military activity in Moldova shortly after the creation of the republic. We see a number of different developments there in the 90s. 1996, we have the Russian-Belarusian Political and Economic Union. We see a number of other developments, facilitation here, in particular the hybrid warfare that starts through the use of oil and oil pipelines. Now, for Europe, this produced a number of different challenges. Now, European democracies that were kind of linked to that produced a kind of systemic and a societal challenge. Systemic and societal challenge in the sense that Russia was very heavily involved here in the transformation of the media and the informational ecosystem. I'll talk a little bit about that more afterwards. It obviously weakened the role of the traditional gatekeepers to the public conversation. We see that obviously on the kind of Facebooks, the Twitter and whatever else. And of course, provides a strategic threat to Europe and European securities from those authoritarian adversaries like Russia, where Ukraine is in a sense fighting on the Western side, on the European side, adversaries like Russia and indirectly also China to undermine the idea of Western democracies from the inside through political warfare, where in a sense anything can be weaponized and has been. And I'm going to give you an example for that in a moment. Both aspects are, of course, part of a complex reality, but Russian influence here that goes through a number of different aspects. Obviously, firstly, through the propaganda aspects, where Russia is using its proxies in the West, in Western Europe, to portray Russia positively and or the West negatively, is also using disinformation to confuse Western audiences with false stories. Had a number of different false flag stories. Generally, they can be seen also in academic settings. They can be seen in non-academic settings. We also know of Western academics that have also been prone to propagate some of the kind of Russian disinformation stories. So propaganda and disinformation both go hand in hand here in terms of activities that are then to further the Russian cause and to undermine the unity of the West, undermine the unity of Europe, and of course the support and solidarity with Ukraine. Purpose here is to weaponize information to suit Russian political purposes. Means here, of course, we all know the Russian propaganda channels, but I just mentioned them just to reiterate them. There's, of course, Russia Today, there's Sputnik News, Russia Today that looks and smells a little bit like standard news networks. Nowadays, reporters also sound and look in a kind of Western sense, but that are in essence running both normal news stories, but at the same time also running stories for propaganda purposes very clearly, running in a sense much more sophisticated than Soviet propaganda would have been, using social media, using groups and firms to cause confusion, spread propaganda, using in a sense proxies in the West. We have the example, of course, of the US elections, where we have Russian influence operations, the web trolls, the fake news about Hillary Clinton, especially in swing states. In Germany, for instance, we have the stories that were there to oust Angela Merkel when she was Chancellor of Germany, to provoke anger over the refugee crisis. Now, all of this is documented very well in NATO reports. So if you want to look at some of those stories and some of the examples, there's a number of NATO reports that list them really in detail. I'm just giving you a little outline of what those things were and how they were kind of operating. In response to that, in the EU and in a NATO context, we have set up counter-disinformation offices. Denmark and Sweden have agreed to cooperate, and a number of other Scandinavian countries, obviously Finland. So we see, in a sense, hybrid warfare being used very, very significantly. Now, I'll give you one example where it's clearly used and where it was used also as part of hybrid warfare to undermine European security more generally, and that is in the case the weaponization of migration. Weaponization of migration was used initially in 2015-2016 during times of the larger crisis in Europe, where large streams of migrants were directed through Turkey, from Iraq and Syria, through Turkey into Greece, and then into Europe more generally, at the behest of external actors, in particular Russia, and of course its role in terms of pushing those streams from Syria into Turkey in particular, but also then actors such as Turkey that were also involved in that. Turkey having itself suffered to a certain extent from that, because of course, when Turkey initially opened its arms to those larger streams, they didn't expect particularly large streams necessarily to arrive. I think The idea was that they might have like 100,000 at most, maybe 200,000, and then in the end they ended up with something like 5 or 6 million people, so far more. But then Turkey doing the same thing and pushing them towards Greece, and of course then the whole idea of blackmailing Europe and using geopolitics and blackmailing / extortion in order to serve its own geopolitical ends, and by doing that also furthering to a certain extent Russian political ends. Now we see the same principles then applied before the direct outright invasion of Ukraine, because if you remember back what happened at the time, there was a similar story happening between Poland and Belarus. We see suddenly migration streams appearing at the Polish border, migration streams that in a sense had no reason for being there. Now, why am I telling you that they had no reason for being there? Well, firstly, there was never any migration route that led anywhere from Iraq and Syria to Belarus. There'd never been migration streams from Iraq to Belarus before, ever. In the history of migration streams, there's never been such a route. They appeared because we had the development of two things. One was the Belarusian government was setting up new airline flights that were directly going from Baghdad into Belarus, were directly also going from Istanbul to Belarus, and they set up, in addition to that, specific visa purposes for people of Iraqi and Syrian origins. So the specific purpose was to bring as many people from those countries into Belarus as possible, and then to push them towards the Polish border to kind of test the Polish in terms of how they would react to larger migration streams. At the time, I already mentioned that this is looking very dangerous to Ukraine. Why am I saying this was a test case for Ukraine? Because, of course, it was a test case of what was to come in terms of migration streams. Clearly, if we look at the beginnings of the war with Ukraine, Russia was trying to increase the streams out of Ukraine to maximize the amount of people that would have to leave their homes in order to then flee into Europe, and in particular, of course, into Poland, and to see whether that could undermine the authorities in those countries, and in particular, over time might undermine the solidarity and support that they would be able to afford towards Ukraine. So this was, in a sense, a test case, what happened with Belarus, and what we're seeing at the moment, in fact, as well. You might have heard recently in the news that Finland has closed its border to Russia, where suddenly in the furthest of all places, you will see Iraqis and Syrians and Afghanis and others suddenly going from Russia into Finland. I can safely tell you that there's never been a migration route from Russia into Finland either. This is a totally new creation. That is something that is created at the behest of the Kremlin in order to send a very, very clear signal also to Finland, and of course Finland's NATO membership that is here. So we're seeing the weaponization of migration, and I'm just mentioning the weaponization of migration as one specific case, because in fact what the weaponization here is of the weaponization of anything. And I think that is part of the hybrid warfare strategy. Anything can be used, anything that annoys your adversary can be used to undermine the authority in that country, to undermine the support in security terms. Here, clearly, we see a lack of understanding in terms of those challenges in Western democracies, lack of understanding that some of those issues are being turned into security threats, a lack of a common threat perception that was clearly lacking at the time, lack of integrated analytical capabilities and information sharing, something that we're only catching up, and a hesitation to use real-world scenarios to hide national vulnerabilities. Limited effectiveness here to counter hybrid efforts. We're needing a lot more in terms of human and budget resources, needing a lot more in terms of coordination on national and international levels, using adequate involvement from civil society, bureaucratic obstacles that needed to be overcome, and the coordination that needs to be much more coordinated at the national and the international level. Now, let me wind this back a little bit when it comes to the European Union, because so far I've given a kind of an outline of the hybrid warfare strategy in Europe. More generally, let me talk a little bit about the European Union specifically. The European Union specifically launched, of course, the neighborhood policy in 2004, a European neighborhood policy that was then later complemented by the so-called Eastern Partnership of the European Union that was launched in Prague in May 2009, that was integrating notably also Ukraine, but also other countries like Armenia, Azerbaijan, Belarus, Georgia, and Moldova within a European framework here to establish closer political and economic relations between the European Union and those 6 Eastern Partnership countries, and to promote stability, prosperity, and democracy in the region by offering, firstly, close integration with the European Union, not quite offering membership at the time. This is in 2009, of course, including also the possibility of visa-free travel, free trade, financial assistance, and et cetera, et cetera. But within Europe, within the European Union in particular, you can see 2 different conceptions. And in fact, you will see that also in the academic literature on the topic about European security and its the role that Russia has played in that. We see 2 ways in which Russia is portrayed. There's obviously the way in which Russia is portrayed as an expansionist power. This also then, in a sense, pushes the narrative about Russia potentially invading other republics, and we've seen it, of course, with Ukraine. But in the past, on the European side, this perception was perhaps not as strong as it might, because one of the examples that was often overlooked was, of course, the military operation in Moldova already in the early 1990s. Later, the way Georgia was interpreted was not clearly interpreted in that way in the European Union framework either. And why is that? Because there's a competing narrative that exists, and that is, in a sense, that Russia as the victim here. Russia as the victim of NATO expansionism, Russia as the victim of European expansionism. NATO is portrayed as this aggressive institution that is drawing those countries in without their doing, also thereby denying any agencies on those countries of wanting to be a NATO member. And of course, the European Union is portrayed in similar ways. I remember having discussed this before the invasion of Crimea, so this is a number of years ago, also with Russian scholars, where they were mentioning exactly that. I mean, Europe is coming and is kind of integrating, Europe is kind of coming to the borders of Russia and is threatening Russia. In fact, it is Europe that is threatening Russia, not the other way around. And I was just telling them at the time, and quite frankly, I was telling them, well, you know, the European Union had in fact offered Russia the same kind of role to be part of the Eastern Partnership and to be part of the European neighborhood policy. That offer was there at the time when the policy was created. And it was in fact Russia that said, no, we don't want that. Because why? Because we're far more important than those other countries. We're not like Ukraine. We're not like Belarus. We're not like Moldova. We're certainly not like Georgia. We are important and we want to have our own framework. To which then the European Union created a framework called the 4 freedoms that EU and Russia had, and where they were discussing at the time integration measures with Russia, which Russia then also didn't like, because ultimately what Russia wanted was to have a voice, or rather to have the dictating voice when it comes to European cooperation with other kind of countries, such as Ukraine, for instance, but also, of course, Georgia and so on. So this was a false narrative at the time. Let me also say something about the narrative of NATO. NATO isn't an expansionist power. NATO had received applications of membership by those very countries. And of course, the Russian narrative that is always portrayed is that NATO promised that they wouldn't come to the borders of Russia. They promised, in fact, that they wouldn't go eastward. Let me just remind everyone that Mikhail Gorbachev himself has disputed this. Mikhail Gorbachev, who was the Soviet president at the time in power, disputed that NATO ever promised such thing. And of course, it wouldn't have made sense to promise such thing at the time either, because of course, most of Eastern Europe was still under the Warsaw Pact. They were not, in fact, the only discussions that were being held in that framework about where NATO troops might go were in the context of German reunification. German reunification, which was about West Germany and East Germany reunifying, and whether NATO troops would then enter East German territory. But those were the only discussions that were being held at the time. So there's no such idea of NATO encroaching, or no such promise of NATO encroaching on former Soviet territory, as it were. Certainly not Soviet territory, because of course the Soviet republics at the time when German reunification was discussed were not independent yet. So there was not even that possibility either. Here, I think there was already the discussion about how Russia presents itself, how Russia discusses its own imperial past. I mean, we've already seen President Putin, who discusses Russia's imperial greatness, who discusses its Eurasian vocation. One of the important things that I think people might also want to remember in terms of, is NATO really at fault in terms of its encroachment on Ukrainian territory, shall we say, or on former Soviet territory? We might want to remember when President Putin came into power as president, one of the first things he did, well, there were two things that he did. One of the things that he did, for instance, was to pardon the plotters, two sets of plotters. First, the ones in the coup attempt against Gorbachev, and then second, the plotters of 1993 and the ones that tried to remove Yeltsin from power in 1993. Those ones were immediately pardoned the first day or the second day that President Putin came to power as president of Russia, of the Russian Federation. Those were the people that he pardoned. I think that should tell you something about the sort of people that supported him from the very, very beginning. So that's just something to remember when we discuss about NATO's aggressive attitude towards Russia. There's also, of course, the messianic aspect that some people have also discussed of Russian self-perception in terms of the heritage, the Third Rome, the patrimonial, paternalistic aspect, and of course it's that's ambivalence of its international orientation here, whether there's a certain proximity to West or distance to the West. I mean, we've seen different periods where different Russian rulers have, of course, aspired different kind of proximities / distances to the West and to the European Union. We have had the partial occupation here, of course, Transnistria and Moldova in the early 1990s. We had the 2008 Russia-Georgian war, and of course, Ukraine had suffered the annexation of Crimea and the activities in eastern Ukraine already from 2014 onwards. And then, of course, finally, we had the outright invasion of Ukraine in 2022. So how did the European Union react to that initially? Ukraine became, of course, here the battlefield of Russian interventionism, but also the battlefield of a larger EU-Russian conflict interaction that, in a sense, goes right back to 2014 and then continues after 22 onwards. Here, of course, the European Union imposed unprecedented sanctions. So when people talk about the kind of ineffectiveness of some of those sanctions, and I think it's fair to criticize how some of those sanctions are implemented, but it is also important to remember that the European Union had never imposed sanctions of the scope that it imposed on Russia after 22 onwards. Those sanctions were imposed on both individuals and also entities with severe financial trade restrictions, with restrictions on media broadcasting of Russian media organs. For instance, Russia Today, that is now banned in the European Union, restrictions aimed particularly sensitive industries from aviation, energy, high technology, and so on. We've seen, in fact, 8 packages of sanctions on Russia today. But the EU's reaction was also one of cautiousness and fear, partly because of certain dependence. We know the big example, of course, of Germany and Germany's oil and gas dependence on Russia, but there were lots of different dependencies in terms of the kind of trade relations that existed with Russia, the kind of general relations that existed, the response that was balanced in a sense between fear and cautiousness. Fear because there was a realization that the invasion of Ukraine was fundamentally changing the nature of Russia's role in Europe. In particular, for the European Union, there was a rude awakening. In a sense, the European Union that thought, in a sense, as long as we're trading together, we're going to, in a sense, make everybody a partner, make everybody a friend, make everybody work together somehow. That's been the kind of European idea that is also behind the idea of the European Union, of course. But somehow that was a realization that this doesn't work with Russia. A certain cautiousness, because of course there were numbers of feeling that there's something to fear for the European Union as a whole. So the first set of sanctions starts here after the 22nd of February 22. As soon as Putin recognizes the 2 so-called People's Republics of Donetsk and Luhansk as independent republics. And then we see a whole set of new sanctions. There's the military assault met with additional packages, progressively severe sanctions, which were approved on the 25th of February 22, then 28th of February 22, then the 15th of March of 22, 8th of April 22, 3rd of June 22, the 21st of June 22, and the 22nd of July 22. The 8th package was finally approved on the 6th of October 22 as a direct reaction to the unlawful annexation, of course, of the various Ukrainian areas in Donetsk, Luhansk, and so on. The latest package, not the last, the latest package approved on the 16th of December. So we see a number of sanctions that were imposed on Russia, but of course a number of people really questioned the efficiency, whether they're really effective, and if we are to believe economic data, the Russian economy is still growing. I don't know, I'm not an economist, so I can't really tell you whether this data is credible or not. But certainly there's an attempt being made to undermine the support for the sanctions. You see the kind of Russian influence agent in various European countries that also undermining the political support for some of those sanctions that continue to exist, usually with the statements such as, we need Russia to grow economically, we need a peaceful situation, as if it became peaceful, as if it were to become peaceful just because we want it to become peaceful. But this is an open question for debate, so I'd be very curious in terms of your views of where we're heading. I'll stop at the idea of sanctions here. The European Union still has a long way to go in terms of what it can do. I think the high point will come now with the decision in terms of starting enlargement negotiations with Ukraine. The European Commission has recently recommended the beginning of the start of negotiations with Ukraine. The EU Council still has to approve this. So officially, the Council needs to approve this. And we've already seen certain countries like Viktor Orban and Ukraine not being too enamored by that. And we will see whether the Council will be able to find a unanimity that is required to take those kind of decisions in December. But that would be, of course, the start of a journey that will ultimately then result in full EU membership of Ukraine in the European Union, perhaps also Moldova that will follow as a candidate country. The European Union again, the European Commission again recommended also for Moldova the start of negotiations, and perhaps at some point also for Georgia, although Georgia is still one step behind Ukraine and Moldova, because Georgia is not yet fully recognized as a potential member country. So we're not talking about the start of negotiations with Georgia yet, but the Commission is recommending to recognize Georgia as a possible future member state. So I'll end on this note, and I'm looking forward to your questions, suggestions, comments, and further debate. Thank you. Anybody who wants to ask me any question, perhaps?
Well, it seems that there was some technical issue with my connection to the internet, so sorry about that. Actually, I'd love to ask a quick question regarding the sanctions, since that falls within the scope of my research. I was thinking about a lot about why sanctions do not work properly, and my preliminary conclusion would be that they are not personalized too much. That's the first point. And the second point, they are not offensive, I would say so, in the sense of to which Russians are used to, if you know what I mean. What's your take on this? What gaps are existent and to be filled in to make this in an offensive way? I would avoid the word coercion, but coercion to peace. Coercion to peace of Russians. What's your take on this, please?
Yes, I mean, some of the sanctions were, of course, personalized in the sense that they were going on some of the oligarchs, right? So some of the oligarchs had personal sanctions on their own property, on their own kind of stuff. What we did find, though, and if you go into individual stories about how some of the sanctions were implemented, so you saw some examples where a sanction was made on a particular oligarch, and then somehow the ship managed to still leave the port in Hamburg and still found its way somewhere back to the owner of that particular ship, and things like that. So the implementation was sometimes problematic. Now the question is, was it deliberately problematic or accidentally problematic? And I can't give you a full answer to that, but my guess would be a bit of both, right? That initially, certainly when the sanctions were starting to be applied, they were being used as a warning more than a full sanction, right? They were being used, something might be coming your way, change course, in the hope that somehow that could convince the machinery to change course. I think that was probably naive. It was probably naive that a little warning like that could possibly change course, a course that was set for many years. And if you think about how a war is being planned, it's not something that you plan in the course of a week or in the course of 2 weeks. It's something that has a long history of planning that needs to follow through a lot of different activities. So that is something that is perhaps naive, that small sanctions like that could make anything change course. I think then comes the question, how high should you go up in the hierarchy of sanctions, right? Should you hit those that are really responsible for those decisions with all sets of sanctions? And I think there, perhaps in the European Union, there was a certain fear to be going as high as quickly. And perhaps also in terms of retaliation, perhaps also in terms of whether it will then become impossible to really communicate with those people anymore after those sanctions are then in place. But I think there's obviously also a realization that when I talk about the planning of the war, I think Russia perhaps didn't expect all of the sanctions that it was hit with, but I would imagine that Russia expected quite a large chunk of those sanctions already and had countermeasures in place before those sanctions were even being implemented. So we see the circumvention of trade restrictions by using other powers like Azerbaijan, like Turkey, and so on, that clearly like UAE and then other kind of safe places where in a sense assets are being put and where then maybe oil is being and gas is being sold and so on. So countermeasures were in place perhaps before some of the sanctions were even implemented. So in that sense, that also undermines, of course, some of the sanctions. Some of the sanctions were perhaps not very surprising, and that in a sense, but sometimes, I mean, one of the stories that you might have heard more recently, there was also perhaps a certain element of European politicians realizing their own dependency and perhaps sometimes not being forceful enough with some of those sanctions, or not quickly enough with some of those sanctions, because of course they were also fearful of the consequences and the dependencies. Like if you look at the case of Germany, for instance, you see that Germany was very dependent on Russian oil and gas for quite a while, and if you believe the latest media reporting, have no way of verifying it, but apparently there was a plan in Russia to really switch off not only German gas and oil, but also to switch off electricity in Germany, that Germany only managed to evade at the very last minute within 24 hours of that plan potentially succeeding by nationalizing Russia's daughter company of Gazprom in Germany. If Germany hadn't done that at the time, it might have actually succeeded in terms of changing the course of Germany at the time. And I think there were a lot of these different activities in place where European politicians were perhaps very, very cautious because they were also realizing the kind of dependencies that were still existing.
Great. Thank you so much for this comprehensive answer. Actually, I would have some clarifications, but let other speakers, let other attendees ask their questions. Brandon, please, you raise your hand, so please proceed with the question.
Actually, I wanted to ask a quick follow-up to the expert. So the sanctions regime, it's successful in some measures, and then in other measures, it seems like a process that needs automated, maybe. We have a very disconnect in my country anyway. There's a very disconnected area between government and implementation. We put the sanctions in, and OFAC publishes a list, and all of the banks kind of sort of, well, we downloaded the list, right? Like that's approximately how I view what's actually going on there. There's a role for cybersecurity and AI to play in that. Perhaps like when I look at a list that comes out of OFAC, we have a lot of cybersecurity opportunities, right? How do teams go about getting that? Like there's a lack of bureaucratic expectations that are set. Like I've been working on this project for 3 years and I still can't get a national security letter, right? Like at what level is the process itself needing to reconsider how automated it is, I guess is kind of my point. Is it also a problem in Europe, or is that just an American thing?
I'm pretty sure at the technical level, you probably find similar things, but on top of that, you will also find the problem that sanctions, that depending on which area they are, they also then need to be implemented at the national level, sometimes even implemented at maybe the regional or local level, right? And that obviously can take a while. So I'll give you an example. Let's say there is a sanction on certain oligarchs' property, right? That might be taken, that decision, at the European level, then it needs to go down to the national level, let's say Germany, or let's say another country, it doesn't really matter which. Then imagine a sanction is personalized on that particular person, but the property is not in that person's name. Yeah. So then you have the additional problem that you need to figure out who the actual owner is, whether that owner is, let's say, a company, and that company is having the owner only as a stakeholder, or maybe the owner is not even a stakeholder of the company. Maybe the owner is only a friend of the people that are stakeholders of the company. So the legal chain that you need to kind of cross, and certainly when you come to some of the highest people in the Russian government, you would find that they might not actually own any of those properties, and they don't even own the companies that own those properties, that it's actually just friends of friends who own the companies, and that will just, do the, so then the sanction becomes very, very difficult in order to be implemented, because you will then have to know the companies beforehand that you're going to implement the sanctions. So the level of preparation is much, much more significant that you need in advance, right? And that then becomes a problem, because for the implementing authorities, they obviously implement the sanctions in the way in which they're getting them. So what you will find is that the practice of implementing them is not always as simple. Then in addition to that, you will also find that the way in which some of those properties can be owned can also vary according to European different legislations. So you will find that even that can cause problems in terms of implementing the sanctions. Whether it can be owned by a company, some shell company that may be sitting in Guernsey, who knows? So all of those things, then maybe you can't have access necessarily to the records of the company. You actually need inside information as to who owns the company, especially if they are sitting in some of the very nice islands where there's a lot of secrecy in terms of who owns what. Then things get trickier and trickier in terms of implementing some of those sanctions. So what I'm saying is there's a level of preparation there in terms of circumventing the sanctions.
So there's a distinct difference between the way a computer science, cybersecurity, data science guy looks at this problem and the way a law firm would, like a legal entity would look at this firm. Like, I can do a data correlation across every bank in every cloud computing environment instantly and do a fairly quick join, right? We can probably produce that as a legally binding report given national security sign-off, right? That would expedite this process by some years, right? Like this probably would take a few weeks, right? Like there's like a large disconnect between what we're allowed to do and what we can do, and what we can do needs to be facilitated into what we're allowed to do in a really more streamlined way.
Yeah, let me just hint at the solution of that, and I can't say totally openly, but if European authorities had information that they can't legally obtain themselves, that somehow arrived in their laps and was able to circumvent some of those legal obstacles, I guess they could probably be more efficient in terms of implementing some of those activities.
Gentlemen, thank you so much for your discussion. And we have
another question. Yeah, Mr.
Yes, please,
Mitton,
Alex.
Mr. Mitton, please ask, I think, with your own words, so I can read it for you.
Thank you very much. You know, in nature, every action has a reaction. And after nearly 2 years of war, or full-scale war, rather, we have seen that Russia has found alternative import and export routes. It has found new trading partners. Is it therefore fair to argue that sanction only works for a limited period of time? And secondly, would you agree that sanction would have worked even better if they were used in connection with not only non-military, but also military means like military intervention in line with the NATO strategic concept from 2010, or the UN doctrine responsibility to protect. Did we just limit itself to just look on non-military means? Thank you so much.
Yes, on the first question, yes, of course, it's true that a certain extent sanctions work for a limited period of time until people have found alternatives. But, and that's something that, of course, neither the Europeans nor the Americans have fully acknowledged. If they really wanted to make sure that the sanctions work, they could probably find ways to sanction the alternative routes as well, because they are aware of some of the alternative routes that Russia is using, and they could impose secondary sanctions on those that are helping the circumventions of the sanctions. They could do that. So far, they haven't done that. Why? Because it obviously also then affects their relations to those countries. And I shall leave them nameless, but I think you know who I'm talking about. If both Western Europeans and or European Union as a whole and the Americans together were ready to impose secondary sanctions, then suddenly the first sanctions, the primary sanctions, would work much more efficiently because those alternative trade routes would also start to be not viable. But so far, they haven't shown that they're ready to impose those secondary sanctions. I've seen some debates that some people have had about secondary sanctions, but I haven't seen any actually imposed yet. So that's the first thing. Then the second thing is in terms of using military tools. Of course, if they were ready to use more military tools, then that would work much better. There's no doubt about that. If the Europeans and the Americans were ready to increase the kind of military nature of their economy for the time of the war, that would help as well. They would certainly be able to produce far more that could then help the Ukrainians in a battlefield. There's no doubt that this would help. In fact, one may even argue that it may be necessary to do so in the next couple of years, because the question here is obviously, is this conflict going to stop with Ukraine? My humble opinion is very likely not, because of course there's a much larger ambition at stake here than is only Ukraine. And of course you might say Ukraine is already a very large ambition, but I think the ambition might even be larger than that. And as a result of that, I think some changes in the European economy might be necessary in order to support that. Amma, do you want to add something to what I just said, perhaps? Or maybe another question?
Unfortunately, we do not have too much time because our next speaker is also online, and Dr. Jade McGlynn has to go earlier. But I just have a quick add-on to what you have said. Recently, I have read the interview with the president of European Bank, and he'd say that sanctions would weaken euro. Just because the same trade routes remain the same to Russia, I mean the high technologies, etc., but they went through Kyrgyzstan. But if someone could impose sanctions on Kyrgyzstan, it would be much more difficult to impose sanctions on Austria and Raiffeisen Bank, etc., which facilitate actually those trades. So I think the issue is much more global and pragmatic. Again, because people tend to behave opportunistically. Thank you very much for your speech and for a meaningful discussion. And I'm honored to introduce our next keynote speaker, Professor Jade McGlynn, a famous author and scholar who researches Russia from different perspectives. And please, Jade, it's great having you today. And please, I pass the word to you.
Thank you. And вітаю усіх з Днем Збройних сил сьогодні, усіх українців. So, Amo, do you have the presentation, or is it best for me to share it?
Sure, just give me please a couple of seconds. I will
Yeah, no
pause.
worries. I'll start, and then whenever it's ready, it's ready. Cool, thank you. So today, talk about the Russian information space and its segmentization. So in general, in the West, much less so in Ukraine, there's a tendency to talk in binaries about the Russian broader socio-political attitudes, information. So either somebody is pro-Kremlin or anti-Kremlin, pro-war or anti-war. But most people in Russia don't necessarily see the war or indeed the Kremlin in a black or white way. And therefore, if we want to understand it, we probably shouldn't do either. So I will argue that rather than a totalizing approach that seeks to turn the population into true believers, then state-aligned propaganda really rather attempts to nudge them along a spectrum of acceptable information outcomes for the authoritarian state. There is still competition within the Russian information space. It's not genuine competition, but it is a form of competition in that it involves different actors competing to persuade and entertain different audience segments for the benefit of the government. The political situation is, of course, repressive, and most Russian media is subject to considerable censorship. But we, of course, have Telegram used by 40%, 60 million Russians on a daily basis for news consumption. And for that reason, most of what I'm going to discuss today is based on a large-scale analysis of Telegram posts during the first 3 months of the war, and in doing so, it builds on the notion of authoritarian publics, which explains how state-aligned, war-supportive, but also opposition media framed and explained Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine during the first 3 months of the war. And it's based on these findings that I provide a model for understanding and analyzing the Russian information space. And I call this model the authoritarian spectrum of allies. But just so it doesn't get too boring, I won't go into lots of the detail on data. That can always be discussed perhaps offline or whatever. And instead, I would rather kind of focus on myth busting, I suppose. So if we go to the second slide, myth one. So if we look at propaganda about converting people into true believers, we can go back to some pretty early studies of communications. So, for example, in 1948, Paul Lazarsfeld demonstrated that propaganda is actually not very good at convincing and bringing new supporters into a case. What it does do is it reinforces the views of already existing supporters. So voters will often, particularly in the modern information space, encounter information that casts doubt on their views in the media and in conversations with others. And propaganda provides a set of ready-made arguments that allow you to respond to that criticism, to dispel any doubts. It gives you a reason not to ask yourself difficult questions. And for those reasons, propaganda is often, but especially in Russia, it's in a complex relationship with political cynicism and apathy. On the one hand, we have studies that show that Russian propaganda is so effective not because it's persuasive, but because political apathy sets a very superficial way of perceiving information. Citizens can easily borrow propaganda narratives to understand events, but they don't perhaps fully assimilate them. On the other hand, propaganda itself deliberately breeds cynicism, convinces people not of the positive qualities necessarily of the regime or indeed the war, but that no other option is better. And I think in particular here, Paul Shield's work showing how propaganda in Russia resonates with people's cynical attitudes and confirms stereotypes that other countries don't have democracy either. And this in turn then, of course, reduces the desire for any sort of collective action or agency or engagement. The second, if we go to the next slide, please. Maybe I've got them mixed up. But the other option, the other discussion is the notion that, you know, there just isn't access. And as noted earlier, because it's becoming more and more difficult to establish a complete monopoly on information one way or another, people are going to encounter information that casts doubt on the legitimacy of government actions. Propaganda has coped with this by building a media environment where different media or Russian propaganda has coped with this by building a media environment where different platforms interact and complement one another. So, for example, in Russia, TV narratives are actively repeated in online media. You have news aggregators that include these notes in their news list, distribute them to an even larger audience, and then bots raise them in the search engine rankings. And so as a result, a person comes across the same information in many forms, like a polyphony or a cacophony, really, of agreement. And this in turn creates the impression of greater reliability. And this is important because quite often, at least here in the UK, it's often you will hear that only poorly educated people, essentially only stupid people from the working class, sort of believe the propaganda. But of course, critical thinking, media literacy is a useful skill, but that doesn't really seem to correlate with some of the sophistication of Russian propaganda efforts domestically, or indeed, and we have to be careful here in terms of causal correlation, but it's also not the case that poor people are more likely to support the war. In fact, actually the strongest determinant, according to the Russkaya Polya and to the Chronica findings, is that poverty is one of the strongest indicators that a person would not support the war. If we go to the next slide, please, Amo. Thank you. Another idea is that propaganda is boring, and that really all you need to do is to show people the truth, and that will work. Haifeng Huang in China has done a lot of good work on this, showing how poor quality and crude propaganda in China can even worsen people's opinion of the government, but that paradoxically it's still useful for the regime. So propaganda serves as a signaling function, i.e. look how much control we have over the media. What do you think you can do? So in turn, the demonstration of this propaganda reduces the desire to protest. And propaganda has adapted well to modern media. Propaganda mixed with entertainment content, of course, works better. Soft propaganda mixed with entertainment content attracts more viewers, it's more effective. Again, if we go back to the Chinese example, we can see that political advertising based on modern creative formats resonates with audiences, and propaganda motifs in television dramas are very effective at manipulating emotions, forming anti-Western attitudes. In Russia, there's still quite a lot of research that needs to be done on popular culture, and in particular, the depiction of Ukrainians in popular culture since, well, for a long time, but especially since 2008 or indeed 2012. Nevertheless, Vera Tots and Yuri Tepa's work on agitation or agitainment, that mixture of agitatio, agitation and entertainment, has at least highlighted some of the most important elements insofar as this genre relies on global media formats, let's say talk shows and scandal and emotion, in order to attract the viewer and then impose a pro-state line. Of course, the price of the propaganda then, in turn, is the loss of trust. And if we go to the next slide, please, Amo. Actually go to the next one as well, because I think I accidentally covered it already. Charles Chang proved that propaganda has a price, the reduction of citizens' trust in the regime, but it's also about reducing people's trust in those who have different views. So it's quite common, for example, that people don't think that perhaps they have been brainwashed or they believe the propaganda, but they believe others do. And that's also, again, a very helpful way to dismiss alternative views. So the next element is to think we know kind of how it works. Please go to the next slide. And on to the next one, thank you. next one. Sorry, I ended up mixing all together. There we go. Thanks. So the propaganda picks up things that already resonate, uses narratives that work for different peoples in different ways, but that essentially give the same point. It bamboozles to distract from actual objective truth, and in doing so encourages people to rely on what they do know, that sense of intuition, popular culture, softer propaganda points. Because if you convince somebody that there is no such thing as truth, that's a very difficult way to live one's life. You can't just think, oh, I don't know what is true and what is false. Instead, people construct psychologically their own intuitive sense of truth, which will often be based on their experience. For example, my life has got better since Vladimir Putin came to power. Or in school, we learned that the West is always out to invade us. We learned about Napoleon, about Hitler. This is the same thing. And a mix of all of these things really comes together to help nudge different groups. And this is where the second point is important, in that there is an audience segmentation. It's not helpful to think about one broad mass of people. Instead, I tend to theorize Russian audiences, I suppose, as participants via Florian Topfel's idea of the authoritarian public. So this isn't just in terms of kind of separating people into pro or anti-war groups, but also sort of their ideological, for want of a better word, leaning. You know, there are nationalists, there are ultra patriots, there are those who are sort of orthodox extremists, there are cynics and careerists, there's the common sense majority, largely apolitical. There's defensive patriots, those who are apathetic, those who are actually genuinely opposed. And it was this that I was trying to look into when I was researching the data. Essentially, it was around 75,000 posts for 16 different channels between 24th of February and 20th of May, 2022. And again, I won't go through in detail here. We can discuss in the Q&A or later, but I'm also aware of time. But suffice to say that there was a variety of messages dependent on the channel. There was not one, there were set lines, but different channels or different Telegram channels used them differently. So some focused on the military might of the Russian army, some focused on traitors. So on that sense of finding an outgroup within the population. Some focused on criticizing Western responses, particularly those that were perhaps more moderate, and therefore trying to encourage people, I suppose, to associate themselves with the Kremlin in the sense that the West is against Russia, and even if you don't like the Kremlin or the war, therefore it is against you. And of course, there was also a shifting of the narratives over time. So most interestingly, Ukraine is essentially not really mentioned very much at first, despite the fact that they were invading Ukraine. But then as Ukraine fights back, as there is clearly a deep shock that things did not go according to plan, they did not take Kyiv in 3 days, to utter those infamous words. Then there's clearly a need for the propagandists to explain and to be able to undermine Ukraine. The focus on Russia itself grows exponentially as well. And any information, any topics that are essentially unrelated to the war dwindle for quite a lot. Actually, they dwindle for a long time until we get to around September 2022 with the successful counteroffensives, of which Armo was, of course, a participant, and also due to the sham sort of referenda that they held. And so looking at the way that the information and the different channels, which I selected according to, I suppose, their ideological groundings or their purpose, or the type of demographic that they appealed to. From this, I developed a sort of idea around a theory of an authoritarian spectrum of allies model, in which, if we go to the next slide, please, Armo, in which basically the original spectrum of allies which is used by pressure groups in the West, comprises active support, passive support, neutral, passive opposition, active opposition, and it works on the assumption that A movement will seldom win by overpowering the opposition. You win by shifting out support from under it. So you nudge them further along the spectrum. There's no point in focusing on active opposition. Instead, look at those who are passively opposed, make them neutral. Those who are neutral, make them passively support, and so on. In Russia and potentially other authoritarian countries, the communication strategy, I believe, can also be modeled using similar principles, but with some important adaptations. So if we go to the next slide, please, Amo. So it comprises active support, ritual support, loyal neutrals, apathy, active opposition. So active opposition, clearly in this version, it's not about just ignoring them, it's setting out to either destroy them or outlaw them, or to render some perhaps apathetic. The apathetic you want to become loyal neutrals, so the sort of people who say, oh, I don't know what's going on, but not everything's не всё так однозначно, not everything is black and white, and you know, I'm Russian, my country, right or wrong. And then you want to push those people into becoming ritual supporters, who are the ideal category, insofar as they tend to not have their own active support of the policy, let's say of the war. They follow the government's lead, and they don't necessarily see themselves as political agents, unlike those who actively support the war, or who do see themselves as political agents with their own values, beliefs, and priorities that in this case happen to align with the government, or with other elements. And so distrusting, if we think about the active support, the Kremlin obviously distrusts freely made political acts, even if they are in support of the regime. And so it tries to shuffle active supporters into the ritual support category, creating clear boundaries for what is and is not an acceptable way to show allegiance. Most obvious example of this would be the arrest of pro-war supporters at the same during March, late February 2022, as well as anti-war protesters. I'm very conscious of the time, so I think instead of going through a sort of case study, instead I'm going to go forward to talk about, I suppose, how some of this is changing, and maybe some more practical points. So if we think about this spectrum, we can now see this being applied in the occupied territories of Ukraine. You see a segmentation, in most notably, you see two tiers of propaganda. You see one tier that is at the very official level, that is also accessible to Russians, to those who do not live in the occupied territories. And that's pretty much focused on almost pretending that these territories were never really part of Ukraine, that there really isn't any war going on. And that Russia is just making everything wonderful because Putin himself is involved in solving absolutely every single problem. And of course, everybody in the occupied territories loves Putin. Very, very similar to just the standard Russian propaganda. But there's also a second tier of propaganda, which is a lot of which is only available in the occupied territories. So, for example, via the Ruski Mir satellite, which needs to be satellite dish, which needs to be specifically installed and which is encrypted so that others cannot access it. There are installation brigades sent out by the All-Russian National Front to encourage residents of the occupied territories to install it. And on there's similar topics, but a different framing. So a lot of focus on the idea that anybody who has pro-Ukrainian sympathies will be found, they will be caught, so that element of fear. The forced passportization, of course, that is continuing apace. The Russians then use that. So, for example, they say, you have taken a passport, because most people have, because they need to access food, hospital, school. Because of that, Ukraine will see you as a collaborator and it will punish you. So, you know, actually, really, do you even want Ukraine to come and liberate you? And then another element, another key narrative is the notion that there's really nothing you can do. Russia is all powerful. Look how great we are. You might as well just get used to it. At home, the number of opposition, active opposition figures has of course dwindled, as many hundreds of thousands have simply just left the country. And the focus there since September 2022 has been very much on escapism, not mentioning the war. We see from viewing figures, for example, that people stopped stopped watching so much the political discussion shows, and instead many of these were then replaced with the soaps that had originally been removed at the start of the war. There are, of course, tensions that emerge within this. For example, because the war is depicted as defensive, that works, but the emphasis on how much Russia is supporting and helping and repairing the occupied territories, ironically, leads to tensions because viewers become angry that, you know, Mariupol is getting all of this money and their area isn't. Of course, it's nonsense that Mariupol is getting all of the money, but it's an interesting tension nevertheless. And the final point would be perhaps slightly apart from the media, but is an important context, which is that everybody is slowly being both. Although there's a huge effort to try to make, particularly in the European cities, try to make people feel as if this genuinely is a special military operation going on somewhere far away that doesn't affect them. At the same point, very cleverly, everybody is sort of being brought into the war. So, you know, rather than just, I tend to think about war in terms of soldiers. But if we think about the many, many millions of people who are involved in many different ways, you know, the people who are processing the children who were kidnapped, the Ukrainian children who were kidnapped, the people who are doing the lights for the propagandists, the people who are helping to find a way around sanctions to keep, you know, the Russian economy going, the people who provide basic work, you know, perhaps to fit certain parts of the missiles, the people who are just the admin or the HR person at the missile factory. And in the recent history textbook published by the recent unified history textbook in Russia, it was interesting because when Soviet crimes were mentioned, it was always explained that this was happening, the deportations were happening, for example, of different nationalities after World War II, they were happening at the demand of the population. The crimes weren't the Soviet states, they were the Soviet peoples. And a similar process happening now in the sense that the Kremlin is trying very hard to distract people from the crimes that are happening, but at the same point, making sure that everybody is participating as much as possible, passively or otherwise, in order to make sure that they are part of this. And whilst given the changes in the education system and the emphasis now on a very militaristic, patriotic education, vychovanie, like vospitanie, education or formation system, there will no doubt be more and more willing participants, executioners in the future. Time is currently, therefore, on Putin's side, but it doesn't have to be if we can look at the reality of the Russian information system and identify the weak points, identify the segmentation and work out how to crack it. You know, Russia is, of course, not invincible. Ukraine has shown us that again and again. There's a need to avoid the defeatism that I think is starting to infiltrate some areas. And that starts with understanding the problem and understanding that ultimately it's pretty much a war for reality, in the sense of a war over what is real, but also what reality one wants to live in, or one is willing to accept living in. And I hope that in this brief, slightly disorganized presentation, I've explained my thinking as to Russian or many Russian different answers to those questions, but also underscored that in the Russian context, it's not necessarily of much use to think about truth. It's about identity. Narratives aren't facts. They're ways of ordering facts into a story. They're about meaning making. And for it to make sense, it needs to have a resonance with people's pasts, with the contours of their lives, how they see themselves. Those who wish Russia to be defeated in its war on Ukraine will also need to find that same resonance and use it for their own ends. So rather than countering disinformation, in this case, it's perhaps cleverer to mimic them, since they seem to work pretty well in the Russian context. Only, of course, this time it would be for different objectives. Thank you.
Thank you, Jade, for this excellent presentation. If I may, I would like to ask you the first question. So first, what is the meaning of such a concept as I call it criminal mentality? So it means the attitude towards the law. So the law is something that can be avoided. Everything is relative. According to our surveys in Russia, they believe that in Western countries, their authorities, the ordinary people, they also avoid the law. They will, not follow it, knowing that there will be no punishment, just like us. So everyone knows what is going on in real life. And using this criminal mentality, you can use your own propaganda, explaining that their parts was not Ukrainian. Okay, maybe by law they were Ukrainian, but we know the truth. They're truly Russian parts from the very beginning, from the times immemorial. So how it is important, how it is crucial for Russian propaganda using this criminal mentality, this attitude towards the law.
That's a good question. So there seems to me there are 2 points there. So one of them is more to do with the actual kind of attitudes towards law and legal systems, but I'm going to focus a bit more on, I suppose, the truth element of it, because really that's at the core of what you're asking. And it's been well noted how nihilistic Russian society can be, but I think that in some ways we being researchers have focused a bit too much on that, because that's something that really began to adapt after 2012. And in particular, I think through the use of history, which is so prominent in Russia. So I argue that in a way, history, the constant invocation of it, functions as a form of an allegorical truth. So the history is an allegory for what is right, what is just. So if we go to a specific example, it doesn't matter if Crimea is legally Ukrainian, because you have this history that is well, it's not history, it's a reworking of history, but in any case, a historical narrative, there we go, that can be used to show something else. And it also functions on the level of actually superseding truth itself. So if we think about, for example, the myth of the 28 Pamfilovtsi and the sacking of Sergei Mironov back in 2015, who was the head of the Russian archives, he was sacked for stating, as everybody knows, as has been well known since, well, the Brezhnev period to many, but particularly since Perestroika, that the 28 Pamfilovtsi is just a complete nonsense myth, right? And he was sacked for this. And then in interviews afterwards, when Vladimir Medinsky was questioned as to why, because, there's a lot of factual evidence and everybody kind of accepts that it's a legend, he explained that any true historian has to believe in myth, and that sometimes myths are more true than facts. They're more true than the history itself. And I found that very telling. And I think that's really what we're looking at in Russia, is they have their own... 1 second, sorry. 1 second, sweetheart. I'll get it for you in a second. Can you wait 5 minutes? Sorry. A not very well little boy who's... but in any case. But yes, back to Russian post-truth. You're looking at essentially a system where the metaphorical, or they've been able to create, I suppose, their own sense of what is reality, what is truth, and they've arrogated to themselves the right to do that, and I think that's the function of history. And of this constant historical framing, this constant historical analogizing that we see, because it provides that sense of time, of precedent, and of, I suppose, even an academic sense. It's quite normal for Russians, for example, to suddenly find or discover or release new archival discoveries whenever it happens to, prove their point. So recently they released new archival discoveries around Katyn, just as they decided actually they wanted to remove the Polish flags on the monuments. During 2014, there were, frankly, amazing amount of new archival discoveries around Stepan Bandera that may or may not have had a political connection.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Jade, for your comprehensive answer to Alex's question. Thank you, Alex, for this question. And we have Dr. Vasker, who is willing to ask you also an issue. And Do you want me to articulate it, or you will jump in?
I can articulate it. First of all, thank you very much for the talk. This is an area where I'm also quite interested in, and in fact, myself and I'm hoping that Dr. Shulga and I will be able to run a study in the future in regards to the question I'm about to ask. So we are interested in kind of perhaps also analyzing the segmentation of the Russian public in terms of their attitudes towards the war, and more deeply the psychological profiles that lead them to take one position or another, and to look at the kind of the sub-factors that lead to this type of sub-segmentation within those who are proponents of the war. Are you aware of existing work in this direction, and have you analyzed the crossover between the different audiences that are, have these different forms of propaganda targeted towards them in the Russian state media, as you mentioned? So obviously they will naturally gravitate towards the type of propaganda that appeals most to them, but do we know anything already about let's say the degree of crossover between them?
So it's funny because when you were speaking, I was like, oh, you should ask Ilya Yakhyayev, because that's what he works on. And he's put in a report in the chat. So probably that I think would be provide some pretty good answers to what you're saying. In terms of the second point, I don't know, because there's a difficulty. I think that for the period that I used Telegram, in terms of the research period, those first 3 months, it was helpful because I was really looking at what narratives people were using to sell something that obviously had come as a shock. But there are also then limits to how that can be used. What I'm focusing on at the moment, because I'm interested in people who are really truly active supporters of the war and the extent to which they could actually become a problem in terms of criticism of the regime, what I'm looking at there more is to try to understand, I suppose, like a network analysis between the different groups that are promoting certain narratives in order to then track them back to where they might be from the elites. Because Telegram, it is uncensored, but it's very murky in terms of who is, or it's basically uncensored, but it's very murky in terms of how many people are genuinely reading it, how many people are reading it because they're like me and they're interested in it, rather than because, they actually really love like Yevgeny Prigozhin. And that's one of the issues that I find with it. I mean, I still think it's a useful tool, but it has to be a useful tool for analyzing in addition with maybe like 10 other elements. So I think that, I suppose that sort of limits the extent to which I can answer your question from an audience point of view, but certainly in terms of what is the crossover between the different groups, hopefully I should soon have answers to that question through looking at the network analysis of the different channels, not just who is reposting whom, but also what semantic connections there are, what thematic connections there are over the last, I'm looking at sort of a big data over the last 2 years using ChatGPT to help me to organize it. But once I start to have some answers to that, very happy to share them with you if you'd find them interesting, or indeed.
Yeah, indeed. Thank you very much. And if you don't mind, then perhaps I'll email both you and Ilya to perhaps like get a follow-up discussion going focused on this, so that we don't take time away from the other speakers.
Sounds good.
Yeah, maybe Mr. Yakhyayev want to make some comments of what we heard.
Yeah, thank you, colleagues. I don't think it's a good idea, because I have a lot to say if I'm not a speaker. You understand, I haven't got any presentation or so. I can tell that we took more than 1,000 Russians segmented by age and sex, and used cluster analysis, asked a lot of questions about using some psychological variables and sociological variables, and demographical variables. And we found 4 clusters of Russian society, and the main variable which divide Russian society to clusters is support or not support of war, or the level of support of war. And after cluster analysis, we used ANOVA to understand the differences between these clusters, and the structure really works. Yes, at least in our study. So it's not the one study. We have 3 cluster analysis studies and ANOVA to understand the segments of Russian society. But we haven't studied media consumption, or at least we didn't include media consumption of some propagandist medias or Russian state medias in our cluster analysis. But of course, they are different when we asked these people questions about what do they watch or listen or read in Telegram and so on. We see the huge differences between these clusters. And of course, people who support war, pro-war clusters, read, listen, watch, etc., more pro-war medias, and those who don't support war against Ukraine, they watch, read, and consume in general more liberal medias and opposition media and Western media, and so on. So I send a link to our short report, so you can read this report. And of course, I give my email. So if you have some questions or something more, of course, you can feel free to write me, and I'll do my best to give you appropriate answer.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Very useful. Yeah, thank you. But I have another question from Mr. Mitton. Mr. Mitton, please voice it for us.
Thank you so much, Professor, for your brilliant presentation. I have a question about, we all see propaganda as something, quite negative. The question is, can Russian propaganda be useful for Western leaders? I mean, seen as useful in the sense that it provides them with an excuse to avoid tough or unpopular decisions, like this disinformation about NATO eastward expansion versus our efforts to prove otherwise as an excuse not to engage closer with the conflict.
Yes, I think it can definitely be used in that way. I'm not sure to what extent it's deliberate. I think that might depend on policymaker to policymaker. But I've definitely been in a lot of meetings where the line of, oh no, that would be a gift to Russian propaganda has come up. And it's always really frustrating because you just think they will make it up, even if you don't do it. They will make it up, and they will make up something way more crazy than you would ever do. So that really shouldn't be a consideration. It just shouldn't feature. I think though that Russian propaganda can be positive in perhaps it can actually play a genuinely positive role for the West, in the sense that it provides us with hints of where to look. So recently there's been an incredible focus, not just because it was the Day of National Unity back in November, but even genuinely a real focus on national unity. And I think that raises interesting questions, including, for example, the need to ahead of time rewrite the Russian sort of policy or strategy on national minorities. That then I think can serve as a pointer of, okay, they're worried about that. Maybe we should have a look at what's going on there. Perhaps there's space there to investigate.
Yeah, thank you, Jade. And following your answer to my question, you mentioned this concept, historical narrative. We actually asked Russians what statement is closer to them. Is historical justice? They're talking about historical justice. Yeah, we asked them, is historical justice is more important than internationally recognized borders? or internationally recognized borders are more important than historical justice. So 45% said historical justice is more important than there's international laws and borders, and 39 said that borders are more important.
Oh, that's
so
very
you can see,
you share it?
yes, yeah, of course.
Thank
Definitely
you.
after our roundtable, I'll send you all the information. So, colleagues, any questions to our speaker? If not, then thank you very much, Jay, for this perfect, very full of insight presentation. So I will pass the word to our next speaker. Thank you very much, Jake, one more time. Brian Steed, who represents Narrative Strategies think tank. Brian, hello. The floor is yours.
Okay, well, I think it's good afternoon for you. It's good morning for me. So good morning to everybody. Armo, if you want to go to slide 3, and then we'll jump to slide 7 after that. So I think there have been some excellent points that have already been made that I'm not going to reiterate. Jade just talked about what narrative is, and her definition is excellent in terms of how I would see narrative as well. So there's no reason to go back over that. So actually, when you get about, why don't you jump to slide 7, Armo, if you would. Okay, so I am technically a political scientist and historian, but I'm only that because I did not do well in chemistry. Because if I did well in chemistry, I would be a geologist. So I'm going to use a geology metaphor for narrative. And so using this, just like the Earth that it's showing, you have a core identity. Then there's this enduring narrative, and partly the reason why I have 2 different types of narrative here is because narrative is used, it's a semantically overloaded term. So it tends to mean stories, it tends to mean news, it tends to mean, so propaganda sometimes gets labeled narrative and so forth. So the enduring narrative is sort of how Jade defined it. It is this notion of how people understand the world, how they interpret the world. And the transient narrative is sort of how the media uses the term narrative. So it's the news, it's the conspiracy theories, it's the stories, it's all that sort of stuff. So it's basically the atmosphere in which everybody lives, the information environment in which everybody lives. And the enduring narrative is how you process the world. And of course, you do have this core identity that is in part expressed through your narrative, or your narrative is your way of interacting with your identity in the world that you get. And so the generic conception of this is that there is a societal narrative. Now, this is an oversimplification. The notion that there is a single Russian narrative or there's a single American narrative is just untrue. But generically, there's a societal narrative to understand. So if you go to the next slide, if you would. Okay, and so the notion here is that governments have stories that they then try to use to explain how the government is going to solve for the cognitive dissonance between the societal narrative and the real world. Okay, so if, let's just use the Russian scenario, if the societal narrative is that Russia is the preeminent power in the world, almost every Russian knows that that's not really true, because probably they're buying stuff that's made in China or it's made somewhere else other than Russia. And so there's all these little things. Some of it might be very, very small. It might be small cognitive dissonance. It might be very, very large. And what stories do for humans is it solves for cognitive dissonance. So a government will come up with a story of how they're going to solve for cognitive dissonance. So Anyway, and continue. I think if you click, I think it's going to do something. And if not, just go to the next slide. And actually go one more, and we'll just skip to the next slide after that. Okay, so continuing my my frustrated geologist metaphor here, narrative space. So I talk about it as narrative space because I believe, like physical space, like the world you see around you, it has terrain and it functions in some of the same ways. At least the way narratives get changed and modified over time is a lot like how the actual geology of the earth gets changed and modified over time. So it's through erosion, deposition, and tectonic events. So erosion or depositional events are simply events that reinforce the existing narrative. Erosional events are events that erode the existing narrative, and then tectonic ones are ones that have radical change relatively quickly. And the reason why I like the tectonic metaphor is that, like with tectonics, in the narrative world, when you have a tectonic event, a volcanic eruption or an earthquake might look like it happens in a moment, but the reality is that volcanic eruption or that earthquake is expressing tension that existed for hundreds of thousands or millions of years, or maybe even tens of millions of years. And then it happens all at once. That fault slips all in a moment or in a few minutes, but that expression of the earthquake is a result of millions of years of effort. So when we see radical transformations in narrative space, that is often an expression of what has happened or the pre-existing tensions in the society that then devolved. Okay, so the reason why I talk about this this way, go to the next slide and we'll get, okay, so the idea here is everything is narrative. So the physical world is narrative, cyberspace is narrative, narrative space is narrative. Like, it all interacts with narrative space terrain. So what people say, what they show, what they do, and what they show. So words, deeds, images, all of those things build narrative space. And this is why it's important in the sense of understanding narrative in this way, rather than just in sort of the media delivered way, is that narrative is about actions. So when a military unit does something, when a soldier does something, that is shaping the narrative space. It might do so in a minor way, or if it gets broadcast to the world, it might have a major impact. Okay, so let's jump to slide 14. Okay, so I think that narrative war exists, and like every type of war has a currency that matters. So if we're talking maneuver war, the currency is position. If we're talking firepower war, the currency is ordnance that gets delivered. But in narrative war, I think there are actually two currencies, and one is human suffering, or really the management of human suffering, and the second is attention. And what a lot of the speakers today have been talking about is attention, whether that's attention is garnered through disinformation, propaganda, whatever, you know, if we're talking about human suffering. So our first speaker today talked about morale, and this idea that human suffering or management of human suffering is morale is a part of that, right? Like, we might not think of morale as suffering, but anybody who's been a soldier knows that morale is a form of suffering. It might just be suffering less than everybody else, but everything about being a soldier in a combat zone is suffering. So one of the important aspects about this in narrative war is right now the Ukrainian people are suffering, and how that gets managed is, and to a degree the Russian people are suffering, and how that is managed is part of what each of the various governments in their story are trying to resolve. I can get really cynical with this, and I don't really want to do that, but I wanted to lay all of that very, very brief foundation, because I want to jump to the sort of topic of strategy. So let's jump forward several slides to 20, and then we'll go to 21. Okay, so go back one slide. Okay, so Clausewitz makes this famous statement about that war is basically a contest of wills, is what you get out of reading Karl Clausewitz. And so he expresses this competition of will. So the next slide, if you would. And so Antulio Echeverria, he gave, so I'm sorry about this, because this is the PDF version. But anyway, he gave 10 strategies in his book about military strategy, a very short introduction, and he identifies 10 different strategies. Now, I'm a fan of Hans Delbrück, and Delbrück articulates that there are really two strategies, and he says that those are annihilation and, I think, exhaustion. And I say I think because a lot of times into English, Delbrück's second strategy gets translated as attrition. And the difference between the two, attrition and exhaustion, is that exhaustion is targeted on, well, attrition is targeted on stuff and people. So it's about destroying tanks, about killing people, whereas exhaustion is about destroying will. So it is theoretically possible that you can destroy an enemy's will without ever destroying any property. And so I know Armo is a fan of Sun Tzu. If you read Sun Tzu, part of what he articulates, though I think people overplay, like he was about violence, and he was not a pacifist military theorist. But you can read into Sun Tzu how he talks about being able to set the conditions such that you win the war before you begin the war. And that would be this extreme of exhaustion, which is what dislocation is. So dislocation and exhaustion, the only difference is they're both focused on will. Dislocation happens quickly, exhaustion over time. The same thing with annihilation and attrition. They're both focused on stuff. Annihilation happens quickly. Think of the Battle of Austerlitz. Ridley Scott's movie Napoleon just came out, and my entire military history department went and watched it together. Anyway, so the Battle of Austerlitz is annihilation. Attrition would be more like World War I, World War II, or you could argue what's going on in Ukraine now. Okay, so in this whole exhaustion thing, so if war is a contest of wills, then one gets exhausted through the erosion of your will. And so part of what I want to get at is what drives will. And this is something I've been puzzling through for a while. I teach about 60 students at a time, and what I believe, and the term that I'll use, is that will is derived by virtue. And so you can go back to Machiavelli and you can think of how he uses the term virtu, and which has a lot of different meanings in Latin, but it's this sense of both skill and competence and what drives you. And so as we're trying to understand will, and I think, again, some of the previous speakers have gotten at this, of understanding why the Russians are fighting or what's causing them to continue to fight. But in part, I think what I'm talking about with virtue is what's one step down. What is that source that gives them the will to continue fighting? Is it a belief in Russian nationalism or Russian supremacy, or is it a belief in the superiority of their religious beliefs and that they're fighting against a bunch of people who are in some way lesser people because they've violated agreements or because they've whatever the reasons are, right? So this is this notion of, in part, how propaganda will then twist or shape. And again, I say propaganda, but really it's just a story that's trying to shape the narrative space in a particular direction. And the more we understand will and the virtue driving that will of an opposing population or opposing government, the more effectively we can then conduct ourselves in this narrative war. Now, I think, and if you go forward to, I think all war comes down to exhaustion. Back one, sorry. That all, like there is only one strategy that matters, in that everything boils down to exhaustion. Every time an enemy is defeated, it's because they're admitting exhaustion. Now, they might do so quicker than other cases. Sometimes it takes much, much longer. Sometimes it may take a horrific amount of casualties, as it did in World War I or World War II. But at some point, everybody gets exhausted if they've admit surrender. The biggest challenge, right, is if you freeze a conflict so that it stops before exhaustion occurs. And what that always allows an opponent is the belief that they weren't ever truly exhausted. So imagine somebody's running a marathon, and as they're running the marathon, somebody comes alongside them in some sort of scooter or golf cart, and they're like, wow, you look tired. Why don't you jump on board and we'll take you to the finish line? And basically that runner stops at kilometer 30 instead of kilometer 42. And that runner is going to convince themselves, even if they were going to drop dead 1 kilometer later, they will always be able to convince themselves, I could have finished. Like, it's always within, like, they can come up with a story that I could have finished because we effectively froze the race earlier than what allowed it to go to exhaustion. So the runner, while tired, was never truly exhausted to the point that the runner quit on their own. Instead, it was frozen for them. So it's important to recognize how this works. And I think, so let's go to the next slide, and I'll kind of talk through how I think this works. So we have this story. So we'll use Ukraine as this scenario, and we'll use Russia as the bad guy. So so you have a governing story, you have a Ukrainian societal narrative. What Vladimir Putin is seeking to do in this case, then, if you go next, is he's trying to increase the dissonance between the story and the societal narrative. So Armo, can you hit the forward one? There you go. So he wants to separate, increase the dissonance. Now, no government is perfect. So there's always some separation. There's always some disruption between the story and the societal narrative. That's always true. Okay, so the bad guy wants to expand that disruption. And then if you go next, the second thing they want to do is they want to interpose their story in between, like, and this shows it like almost perfectly matched, which is a little bit false, but because they don't have to perfectly match it. All they have to do is get it in between the governing story and the societal narrative. So what all Putin needs to do is create a story for the Ukrainian people that is more plausible or more acceptable for the Ukrainian societal narrative than is the governing story of the government of Ukraine. And that's fundamentally what happens in narrative war. Now, I don't know that Vladimir Putin understands narrative war. I don't know that he's thinking about it this way. The reality is, this is in part how everybody is doing it, regardless of whether or not they think about it in this specific way. So the challenge that needs to be done or met in this case is how does the Ukrainian government continue, because the Ukrainian government needs to do the same in reverse. So both internal and external. So internal to Ukraine, they need to make sure that the Ukrainian governing story is closer to the Ukrainian societal narrative than any opposing story is, whether that's an opposing story from the Russian government or an opposing story from supposed allies or partners, or an opposing story from neutral players globally. So the number one thing is to always make sure that the Ukrainian governing story is closer to the societal narrative. And then the second thing is to make sure that the story of the Russian story is always disrupted as much as possible from the Ukrainian narrative. And those are the elements that need to be done. One of the challenges I have with the way a lot of people talk about narrative war or narratives is they tend to emphasize counter narratives, or even in the sense of propaganda. So if you think of propaganda and you just change the word propaganda to narrative, really propaganda is more story than narrative. But if you just change those words, what we often think of as how to deal with propaganda is counter propaganda, because we think we need to counter that propaganda. And I think more often what we have to do is we have to provide our own story. Why is it we're doing what we're doing? And I think that there is some counter narrative that needs to be done. There is some counter propaganda that always needs to be done. But the focus in if you're calling it narrative war, as I do, the focus on narrative war should always be on your narrative, on your story, and expressing why your story is the best or the best story for this given conflict. And if you do that, hopefully then that will consistently connect. Now, where that again becomes complicated is when you have multiple narratives within a society, when you have competing stories, and the story gets fractured, or even the narrative gets fractured. Those are some of the biggest challenges that start to impede, because essentially what's happening is the narratives get fractured when the virtues and the definition and belief in the virtues of the society are fractured. It's one thing in the case, one of the negatives of being invaded is that it might be easier to build a unified narrative, a unified set of virtues, because it becomes an existential definition that, hey, we're about to be destroyed, therefore everybody's fighting for our survival. And that's a powerful virtue, right? So there's no more powerful virtue than survival. And but the challenges are, again, like Russia's going to try to consistently frame this as this is not about survival, that this is about some other virtue. This is about some sort of religious virtue, or some sort of virtue of loyalty, or virtue of ethnic solidarity, whatever it is. And they're going to try to consistently oppose what is the most powerful virtue for the Ukrainian story. Okay, so try to think if there's anything else. Yeah, let's go to the next one, and we'll do this. This one can be a fun one that can annoy people at the same time. So let's go. If you go one more forward, Armo. Okay, so this is my narrative war well. So this, if the PowerPoint artwork isn't working for you, I'll just explain it a little bit. So that's a well, and I'm showing it going down into the ground. Okay, so at the very surface are sort of data and memes, right? And for data and memes to work, they have to connect all the way down to the bottom. So if you go one more, I think it'll show an arrow going to that down the bottom. Right. So for it to work, the meme needs to connect to your message, which needs to connect to the story, which needs to connect to the societal narrative. Those are the most effective. So now I'm going to give you an example from American politics, which I think some of you will be familiar with. I hope most of you are, so it won't be crazy. So go one more forward. Okay, so this is Trump's narrative war. And I think Donald Trump is a great example of narrative in a political sense. So if you look at it from a meme perspective, and I think most people are familiar with the MAGA thing and maybe even the MAGA hats, which MAGA stands for Make America Great Again. So here's this really simple story, and this is part of the genius of this, right? He has this really simple story that the American narrative, if you will, the societal narrative is the American dream. Anybody can show up. Streets are paved with gold. You can make your way. Almost like, you know, if I can make it here, I can make it anywhere. Kind of, anyway, that's New York. But anyway, so the American dream's the narrative. His point was America was great at one point. It's not great now. We're going to make America great again. And then he had a particular message about draining the political swamp in Washington, D.C. And then people wore these red caps that had just 4 letters on them in white letters, MAGA. Now, in America today, anybody can walk around, and I don't know how global this is, but anybody can walk around and see somebody from the back or the side and not see the letters on the front of the hat and see a cap of a certain shade of red, and they will automatically assume that they understand a whole lot about that person, that they will believe that that person's wearing a MAGA hat, that that person's a Donald Trump voter and Donald Trump supporter, that they're, and if they're on the right of the American spectrum, they might feel a sense of affinity toward that individual. They might agree with them. Yeah, that person's for making America great. And they might think they know everything about that person's political views. Like they support gun rights and they're anti-abortion. Like they're going to have a whole menu of things they agree with. If they're on the left, they'll see that cap and somebody might want to hit them. They might want to actually go up and assault that individual. They might think that person is a racist and they're a misogynist and they'll have a whole list of things, a whole menu again of things that they believe that person believes, simply by seeing a baseball cap in a certain shade of red. Okay, this is why I'm praising Donald Trump for narrative war, because that is genius in terms of communication. Now, you may argue he was a bad politician, whatever. Like, I don't care about how you view him as a politician. I'm just saying, as a narrative warrior, that was genius. And it's the most simple thing, and it works because it connects all the way down to the bottom of the well. And this is a fundamental challenge that people have in waging narrative war. We often throw out data and memes and messages, but we don't understand what's at the bottom of the well. We don't understand what the suits or what the source, the virtue is, what the societal narrative is, and know how things can connect. So let's skip a couple of down. We'll go a little bit crazy here. Keep going. One more. Go to 26 or 27. Yeah, keep going. Yeah, one more. Okay, so this gets into what it takes to destroy an enemy's narrative, right? So if you think about this, like another version of this same slide I talk about, like I have leadership at the top, or I have like a single ruler, then I have leadership, the different shades of blue, and then it actually should be reversed because darker blue should be at the bottom. But anyway, and then population is at the bottom. So if I'm going to try to change narrative, then what I have to understand is I have to reach all the way to the bottom, if that's what I'm trying to do. So if you go next, okay, and right, okay, so I've got to get a bomb all the way to the bottom of the well. I can't, like, I'm not going to win. I'm not going to destroy a narrative by just dealing with data and memes or changing somebody's opinion on a particular survey. I'm going to have to reshape the narrative. And this is really, really hard. In fact, I don't know that it's, well, I think it is possible over time. I don't know that it's possible in a short period of time. You could make the argument, and this is why I used this sort of atomic cloud here, you could make the argument that in World War II, the Allies reshaped the narrative of Nazi Germany and Imperial Japan. And we can say that because we know that there's no longer a Nazi Germany or an Imperial Japan, right? There might be individuals who subscribe to Nazi ideology, or there might be individuals who subscribe to a Shintoist Imperial Japanese ideology, but there is no government that does that. That societal narrative was changed. But consider the amount of violence that was necessary to change that societal narrative. It is massive. So go one more. And this gets at sort of the basic questions that have to ask. There's a lot more detail in this than, and I'm running out of time. So can you go forward just one more? Click, okay. No, I think it's, you have to build. So go 3 more. We'll just go. So these are the questions. You know, what is the societal narrative? What is the governing story? What is, and I usually teach this about insurgents, but this would be, what is your opponent's story? And what is your own story? So whoever you are, if you're trying to shape a third party, now, if you're Ukrainian, you might be, but this might be true too, right? Like, what's the Ukrainian military story? That might be your story, but what is the Ukrainian government story? What's the Russian government story? Those things need to be understood, as well as if you're going to try to break the Russian narrative with respect or reshape it, you need to understand what the Russian narrative is and not just what the Ukrainian one is. And then go one more, I think, and then oh, go back one, sorry. And then this is this issue of, okay, what are the data or memes or whatever that I need to present or collect that's going to have this? But any data that we present, any memes that we generate, those, again, for them to be effective, they have to connect down. They cannot be just something. This is why certain memes have no effect on society. We might laugh at them for a moment, but then you'll never remember them again. And I'm using Richard Dawkins' definition of memes and not sort of the simple, like, sad Napoleon meme. Okay, it's not just a picture with a thing underneath it. It's anything that's a mind virus. Okay, so I think I'm going to stop there, and I'm going to turn the time over to Felicia, because I think the idea is we're going to have questions after both she and I are done. I think that's right, Armo, right?
So thank you, Brandon. Have a question for you, and then
I'm good. I'm good after Felicia. I can bundle my question, I'm sure.
Actually, if there are no objections, the initial idea was to do a second session of free discussion, but since we are having a quite tight discussions after each of the speeches, I would suggest just do the same short sessions and of Q&A after you, Ryan, and after Felicia, and then just make a short and free discussion. If no one objects against it. So, since no one needs a break, I think let's just ask questions to Brian, then, yeah, and I guess Alex has a couple of them.
Yeah, Brian, thank you for this excellent presentation with many slides. So yeah, it was very full of insights, and I have the first question. So you said that while narrative war, you should pay attention to your own narrative. So that means that you need to ignore opposing narrative. So you agree with the statement that counter propaganda is useless. So when you hope to fight hostile narrative using, for example, fact-checking, that it's senseless, that you can't win this race, because when you are busy like fighting this fake news and proving that they are false, Russian propaganda, for example, they propose you a new fake news, and it's very important to Ukraine because a lot of people are involved, a lot of resources are involved in this counter-propaganda. So a lot of fact checkers, they write reports and they prove that this news are fake and that news are fake. But do you think that really works?
Okay, that's a great point. And so you guys should understand this probably better than any country on earth. Okay, so think about the difference between counter battery fire and actual supporting fire. So in terms of artillery, right? Like which is more important? And ideally, you want to target your artillery to do what you want it to do, as opposed to just respond to the enemy's artillery. And so I'm not saying that counter propaganda is useless. I think you get more, we'll use a nuclear war term, but more bang for the buck by emphasizing your own story and your own narrative than you get by just focusing on counter narrative. And to a degree, I mean, I'm not putting up a straw man, because the US government often talks almost exclusively about counter narrative. Like I hardly ever hear them talk about narrative. Like they talk about dealing with disinformation rather than talking about putting out good information. So this is the point. Like you get more efficacy, I believe, in emphasizing information, proper information, than you get in countering disinformation. Because I think what we've determined is people will believe what they're going to believe regardless. So if Joe Rogan has on a host that talks about ivermectin, people who are inclined to believe Joe Rogan are going to believe that, even if, and in fact, if you say, oh, Joe Rogan's a liar, that person who's a Joe Rogan fan is actually going to be more inclined to trust Joe Rogan, because they're going to see the government as pushing out their own disinformation, right? So this is the challenge that you get into. Again, I think there is value in counter narrative and in counter propaganda. I just think if I have to choose where I put my emphasis, I put it on narrative and good information, and then I put lesser emphasis on counter propaganda and fighting disinformation.
Thank you for your answer, and a bit applied, I would say, another question. So during this narrative wars, for example, we have Wagner Group that are glorified, that are real Russian, warriors, real men, but they have certain past. Many of them were imprisoned, and in their culture, this subculture, homosexuality is strictly forbidden, and it's very offensive. So they call themselves orchestra. So like, we are orchestra because of Wagner, famous composer. So if we would, for example, fighting this narrative, this myth of glorified Wagner Group, we'll call them, for example, flautist player. So hinting to them as homosexuals. Would it affect on this molecular level of their identity as real men, as real warriors, which is opposite to everything connected with this, homosexuality?
will it affect them? So this applied example or not?
Well, okay, so since you guys live in very close to where disinformation was created, you probably, like, I just expect you guys to understand how KGB disinformation worked, right? Like for that to work, there has to be some truth to it, right? So if you knew that that these guys, when they were in prison, were having all sorts of homosexual relationships, and now that information could be brought out such that it would create discord within the Wagner group, and that there would be infighting because now, hey, you're not a real man because you're gay or whatever. So the first part is that, so I guess part of when you're looking at an information or a narrative campaign like this, you have to look at what is the value of what you're trying to do. Is the emphasis, like, is there value in disintegrating the Wagner group, whatever. I can never say the composer's name. I learned him as a composer as Wagner, so I should just say it Wagner instead of Wagner, because that just seems weird. So the Wagner group, if the focus is on disintegrating them, then this might be a thing that works, right? And then you could do all sorts of memes and all sorts of funny little posts of, you know, dudes doing gay things, and then that could become a meme that then self-perpetuates, because the ideal meme is something that once it's generated, everybody's sharing it. You don't have to do any work. You know it works. When I was just reading Evolution of a Revolt by T.E. Lawrence, and the guy's really a genius in this regard. And I want to see if I can find the quote really quick, because it's a great one. And he said, "We had won a province when we had taught the civilians in it to die for our ideal of freedom." That is the ultimate in narrative war. When you get your opponent or your partner to do what you want them to do, well, to get them to want to do what you want them to do, so that they now do it independent of your continued whatever, bribery, coercion, bullying, etc. So that's the challenge. So like, I could imagine in your scenario that, okay, maybe those memes would self-perpetuate, maybe that would work, and in which case, yeah, go for it and use it. Now you have to understand what the kickback is going to be from the West, right? Where they're going to say that now you're using homophobic memes and slurs, and there's going to be a blowback. I don't think that means you don't do things, but you have to understand, because this gets into what matters more, right? Is the West's support of Ukraine more important than disintegrating Wagner through this particular area? Like, this is complex stuff, and it's not unlike a political campaign. In fact, right now, well, America always seems to be in a political campaign, but right now we're technically in a political campaign, period. And narrative war is quite obvious in political campaigns, because you can see how they're trying to connect with the societal narrative, how they've generated their story, all those sorts of things. And you can see how in trying to come up with a message or a meme to connect to a particular voting bloc, they will offend other voting blocs. And so there's always this balancing that politicians have to do. And to a degree, in narrative war, that same thing is true. You can't necessarily go all in on one course unless you're willing to offend or annoy or alienate every other course, if that makes sense.
Yeah, thank you, Brian, for your answer.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much. That was really deep, and we have two more questions, I guess. Sorry, Brandon, but Michael was the first one who raised his hand, so please, Dr. Wesker.
Thank you. So really interesting discussion, and I especially in regards to your answer to the first question that was asked, so regarding where you spend your resources, which are naturally limited in the real world, to kind of like spread your version of events or to counter the enemy version of events. So I agree that, of course, it's far more efficient to spread your version of events because there can be an endless amount of versions of events spread by the enemy. And this is, we know that this is a deliberate tactic by Russian state propaganda to introduce as many possible versions as possible in order to essentially somebody will believe something, and essentially the West and Ukraine doesn't have enough resources to counter all of them at the same time. And in that sense, it just like wastes our resources. But is there any value to when you catch them in a particular bit of propaganda that's being spread by somebody in authority that can be easily falsified, to invest time to essentially destroy the credibility of that particular source of information? So just as to give a concrete example, so I have a background in biochemistry, and when I saw a Russian Ministry of Defense video talking about how the Ukrainians were supposedly developing a strain of COVID that would specifically infect Russians and not Ukrainians. Now, to me, that's 100% just scientific nonsense. And in speaking to other people who at least have like a high school level understanding of biology, they can also, like, once you show them the video that the official Russian Ministry of Defense is claiming such nonsense, it I would say very strongly reduced their trust, or not necessarily trust, but the credibility of the Russian military in their eyes. So despite the fact that obviously Russia is deliberately seeding even contradictory versions of events in order to kind of like avoid this type of discreditation of any one particular version, is it still worthwhile to, when you have like some kind of official source of information that has some degree of credibility to some people, to try to invest some effort in discrediting that particular organization, or maybe let's say one popular news anchor?
Yeah, it's a great question and a great example. So even with my bad chemistry performance, I know that is actually a ludicrous notion. But so this is always, there's not 100 and 0 in terms of propaganda and counter propaganda. It's like, do I message to my people, or do I give 100% in getting my message out and 0% in countering their message? Like, that's never the world you live in. I would say it should never be worse than 51-49. You should always spend more effort on your message than on their message. But maybe in this case, this is a 51-49. It's an easy win, and you target and you can say that this is false. The one challenge, and one of the reasons why I use the word virtue, is because there is a quasi-religious component to this, right? Because some people, and as the world has gone into this, I don't know, some people call it a post-truth world, but where we believe that there are these things that, like, everything's up for debate, everything's there isn't any material truth, right? In that world, people have developed a religious sense of who they believe and who they don't. So part of what you have to understand with counter propaganda is, who am I messaging to? In the sense that if I'm like, there's almost no point in messaging to the religious zealot, because that guy is going to believe that minister regardless of what facts you lay out, because he's just going to trust him because he has an almost religious belief that that person is whatever, a prophet or whatever. He's the Messiah. I'm going to listen to him. You are not. You are just some, whatever, anti-religious nut job. I'm not going to listen to you ever. So that religious zealot, you're never going to change their mind. At least I don't think you are. But if you're trying to convince individuals that the Russian government is just lying, and here's a particular example. So people on the fence or people close to the fence, and I liked Jade's her continuum that she showed, or I can't remember if she said continuum or spectrum, but like if you're talking to people close to the middle, or you're just moving them from one thing to another, then counter propaganda can be useful, but they're not going to swing from one end of the scale to the other. You can maybe move them a notch, but the hardcore religious people are not going to move. Like they're going to believe that they're going to believe what they believe. I was about to give a COVID reference because you did, but they're going to believe that non-N95 masks are effective regardless, right, of what evidence you present to them, because that's just what they believe. So that's the challenge of recognizing who your audience is and what value you're going to get out of that counter propaganda. Because I think in that case, you would convince me, but I also know that I'm inclined to believe that Russian officials lie.
Okay, thank you, Brian. We have another question from Brandon. Brandon, please voice it.
Yeah, I was super excited about seeing your slides. Some of those concepts of rendering that were quite interesting for me, particularly treating the narrative space like a tectonic plate, how they interact with each other. It was great. My question is kind of when you're moving your narrative, particularly like the Ukrainian narrative, at what point does it start to have to expand to be able to re-include former post-Soviet spaces as the victims of Soviet oppression, and then furthermore into the Russian space, like when you start to fracture the Russian narrative into multiple parts, and then you have to kind of expand the Ukrainian narrative overlaid into the Russian space. When you start getting into those kind of more complex memes, how do you understand when when you're funding those influencer networks, how do you choose an influencer network that's appropriate? What the meme has, how that's like kind of reflected onto who you are, right?
Okay, it's a great question. So I think narratives change, right? That which is why I use the tectonic imagery. And so I think they do adjust, but like with tectonics, it tends to be at a relatively slow pace. So the question here, I would change it from narrative to story. And so it's creating a story. So this is a problem particularly for America. When America goes to war, we characterize our enemy as evil, right? And almost satanically evil. And part of that comes out of World War II, but to a degree, we did that even before World War II. And so usually what then has to happen, now World War II worked because we destroyed the evil at the end, except with the emperor in Japan, but anyway. And so because Hitler killed himself, it kind of played out well. But part of the problem of characterizing your opponent as the devil is you're not supposed to negotiate with the devil. Most of you guys won't be familiar with the American country western song, The Devil Went Down to Georgia. So anyway, for Brandon, I guess, remembers that. Okay, like in that case, he negotiated with the devil, but he shouldn't have, right? Like, so you have to build into your stories some sort of redemption arc. Like, how do I redeem these people so that we can work with them again? So, and I don't know all of the stories that are going on in Ukraine in the sense of how a Ukrainian living in Kyiv views a Ukrainian living in Donetsk or Luhansk. Do they see them as traitors? Is that how they're characterized? And if they are characterized as traitors, then somewhere in there, if in fact that land gets regained, somewhere in the story, there has to be some sort of redemption. America is going through a weird period. Well, maybe we're always going through a weird period, but where we're coming to grips with certain Civil War things. And one of the things people have forgotten, because it's just been more than a century, is why we named military posts after Civil War generals. In part, that was done to reintegrate the country, to say, hey, we're going to name a post after Stewart or after Hood or after whatever, because we're going to give you a bone that says, hey, even though we fought with each other, we are now back to being one country. And so we're going to acknowledge your heroes, and you're going to acknowledge our heroes. And we're going to go back to celebrating the same events. We're going to have these. And most cities in America, dating back to the 1870s, built some sort of, usually the American Centennial was the excuse, build some sort of Union Park. And the notion of that was to celebrate the reunion of America, right? So Ukraine is going to have to go through this. And how is it they do that? Now, maybe a century later, people will go, oh, you should have never forgiven those people because they were evil and wrong, which is what's happening in America now. But what we should recognize is why we did it in the 1870s, why we felt like we had to make these concessions so that we could live together as a people, and then maybe move beyond it so that now everybody does agree that, you know, Jeb Stuart was a creep and nobody should have a picture of him on their wall. So somewhere in there, those stories need to be told so that you can redeem and you can work together with people that were otherwise your enemies. Otherwise, you just maintain some sort of perpetual conflict. You get some sort of blood feud that goes on generation after generation, right? That's a problem of, well, with a lot of tribal societies, and it's a problem in America as well, where people are not, like, we haven't built into the story the ability to forgive our opponent and to figure out how to do that. So to a degree, what you have to do is you have to build that narrative plate bit by bit by bit, but you do that through stories. So stories are the way that we interact our narrative with the world. So what is the story that we do that? In most cases, people do that unconsciously, right? They don't purposely say, oh, I'm going to craft a story. But when you're talking about conflict and war, you really ought to be conscious about it. You ought to be thinking about what is our story for how we redeem Crimea, how we allow Crimeans who, you know, I'm assuming Crimea will come back into Ukraine, but how we bring Crimea back into Ukraine such that the Ukrainians accept the Crimeans who agreed with Russia, who agreed with Moscow to you know, how that now is all one, how that is Ukraine again, without ethnic cleansing, unless, of course, everybody's signed up for ethnic cleansing, because that's the other solution, right, is ethnically cleanse, but that's not really a popular solution in the world.
Not a popular solution. So what I'm hearing is for the audience, there needs to be a new Bogdan Khmelnyts, and he needs to have a statue kind of in other parts of Russia that isn't currently connected to Ukraine. So that story needs to be told. Like, how do you retell the story of Russian-Ukrainian friendship after the death of so many Ukrainians, right? Like, this is always a question for me. Like, what do you put in the communist names of Russia, right? Like the streets are still marks, right? Like, they've never changed the name of the streets. Like, how do you change those into new names that have a story attached to them that is like, yeah, we kind of maybe shouldn't be killing the Ukrainians, right? Like, there's a lot of work that has to be done in this field.
Yeah.
Thank you. I love everything you said.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, Dr. Steed. It was really awesome. I have a bunch of questions, but I'm afraid we are tight in time. So if I may, I'll address them to you directly. And at this point, I'll just thank you and pass the word to Felicia, also of Narrative Strategies, and looking forward to your speech. Felicia, the floor is yours.
Well, I don't know what more is left. I feel that you know, between Jade and Brian and the other speakers, you guys have really set me up for success. So I'm going to skip a lot of the definitions because people, especially Jade, define things so very well, especially within the narrative space. But I do, before I start, I want to talk a little bit about identity. Just because we throw the word around when we're talking about narrative, but sometimes it's hard for people to really understand how that relates, not just ideologically, but concretely to your audiences, right? And identity is built through our experiences. So I have individual experiences, but I also have shared experiences. And part of my connection to groups and to group identities, like being a part of the military, being a part of narrative strategies, right? We have this common understanding of our reality. And so when we're talking about creating narratives to tap into or to connect with people's identities, you're tapping into these shared experiences that you have as a group. So if you want to fracture, then you're looking at group shared experiences. Great example is Russia talking about Colin Kaepernick. They had the football player who was kneeling during the national anthem, just for reference. They had Colin Kaepernick mis and disinformation that was focused on the US Black population. And then they had Colin Kaepernick mis and disinformation or disinformation and propaganda based on the white population, to fracture those two sides apart. So when you're looking at narrative warfare, as Jade talked about, you're on a spectrum, and you're not necessarily trying to get just one group. You may not want to convince any one group of anything, but what you do want to do is you want to fracture this understanding of a common experience. So that's one thing that I definitely see Russia trying to do within, not just within Ukraine, but within a wider understanding of what it means to be a part of post-Soviet Eastern Europe, right? So you're not Russia's near abroad anymore. You are your own region. And so Russia is trying to fracture that understanding and make allies remember old grievances to push them further apart. And that kind of leads into what I am going to discuss, which is the recent elections and the growing group of populist wins, both in Poland, in the Netherlands, and in Slovenia. Also looking at the rise of populism in the US, and understanding that by Russia feeding the narratives that are really driving and fueling a lot of these populist, nationalist candidates, these narratives are designed to break apart alliances. It's designed to pit the people in a nation against everybody else. So it's designed to otherize anybody who's outside of your nation. And that is a very, it's an incredibly good tactic, because Russia knows that it can't fight Ukraine with NATO and the US. But if they can fracture those partnerships and get these countries to include the US, the EU, NATO countries, to think more about internal situations instead of how it benefits them and their people to support Ukraine, that's going to leave Ukraine alone and vulnerable to that war of attrition. And that's the war that Russia wants to fight. So Russia is actually using asymmetric tactics to create that force on force, more conventional war of attrition. So what are some of the things that Russia is doing to really drive these election wins in countries that had been formerly solidly on Ukraine's side? There are, I'm going to go over some, just maybe one or two narratives that they've used in the US and in Europe, and then narratives, again, which have been used within Russia to kind of show that, like, hey, it's not us, it's them. So, of course, for the U.S., the Russian narratives that are being propagated, and really it's very similar for both the U.S. and the EU, and it goes back to this idea of America first, right? Why am I going to put my tax dollars into Ukraine when it can go for something else? It can go for roads, infrastructure. It can go towards whatever my pet project is. That is a very persuasive argument when you look at a zero-sum game understanding. So going back to what Jade talked about, where people try to create this binary, this either or, well, that's not reality. There's so many different facets to what's going on. People in the US and I'd say the average person in most countries don't understand how the budget is allocated, right? So that money for Ukraine may never have ended up in anywhere but a defense budget. So that's not going to help kids who are hungry, right? That's always a part of the defense budget. So being able not to fact check, because again, as Brian said, fact checking doesn't work. It actually drives people away because you're countering their experience of reality or their understanding of reality. So what we want to do is tell a more convincing story, right? If we're really looking at America first, and this is what certain demographics believe in, then we want to show that by helping Ukraine, we are putting Americans first, right? Is it US blood that's spilled on the battlefield, right? Is it US people and US services and US supply lines that are being fractured so that we're no longer able to defend against China or Iran or some of our other threats? No, and we're not telling that story. And I think that there could be an element of we don't want to say that other people are dying for our security in America, but that's absolutely what's happening. So getting Americans to understand, like, look, these folks are laying down their lives, not just for themselves, but to secure the region and to secure like global stability, right? To keep that post-World War II system that has benefited the US almost more than anybody else in the world, to keep that system that has protected us safe. So until we're willing to kind of take off the gloves and tell that story so that Americans can see their survival as equal to the survival of Ukraine, that's when we're going to get voters to make sure that no matter what party comes into power, that party is going to support Ukraine. Another narrative is, what about my problems at home? Like, why are we focused on all these problems everywhere else? How can I fix the problems at home? That's another one where you have to create a better story. You have to talk about how problems are being solved at home. Maybe not even address it head on, right? Because again, that debunking or counter narrative may not be the best way to attack a situation. You may want to flood that what about problems at home with flooding the space with American successes. The average American doing really well in the current conditions. Those narratives, those positive narratives, change the story, where instead of people's perception of our current lifestyle being negative, that we have less, flood the narrative space with more than stories, right? We're doing better than. And then that slowly deflates the ability for that second most powerful narrative that Russia's been propagating, which is, what about the problems here? What about the price of eggs, the price of milk, the price of gas? That will shift that understanding to understand, hey, look, this is all the stuff that we have, and it is better than what my parents had. Looking at some of the narratives that helped, people like Fico, Le Pen, Orban, like stay in power, and then some of the other populists gain power in those recent elections is almost the same as what works here in the US, but the biggest one being immigration. And this comes back to an us versus them. But there's an element of racism, xenophobia, and it can also be seen in the issue that Russia has with liking to label people as Nazis, right? So they're trying to be able to call out Europe for closing the borders on immigrants, saying, look, like you say that you're inclusive, you say you're democratic, but you're closing your borders to people in need. Again, they're changing that narrative of Russia's the aggressor, Russia's the bad guy, to, oh no, look at Europe, they're hypocrites. They don't do what they say. And then it gives them to fall back on their favorite victim narrative, especially when you see with hybrid warfare, you see a matching of physical action, which is enabling immigration through non-traditional immigration routes to specifically force countries to act in ways that typically they wouldn't act, or act in ways that they feel are essential to their self-defense, which is closing their borders. This is such a huge step, but it's great for Russia because, again, they've used a physical means to get a country to behave in a way that matches the narratives that they're putting out against that country. So looking at that hybrid warfare understanding of modern war, of what our modern war is, you have physical actions and you have the narrative. And when you have, strategic success, it's when you've been able to match those things up so that you seem to be creating, you have created a truth, right? But one of the best Russian quotes is that all good disinformation starts with a truth that's almost universally acknowledged, but you just form it in the argument of a fallacy. Second, EU narrative, it goes back to my nation first. So if you look at if you look at Marine Le Pen, right, it's very xenophobic. It's very, if you haven't been in this country for 1,000 years, then you don't belong here. And again, that is designed to create not only division within the country, but also division between France or whatever country and its allies. Some other important things to understand about what Russia's using as offensive narratives is their alignment with the Palestinian narrative, right? So they're framing the Israel-Hamas war as not against Israel and a terrorist organization, but it's the big bad West and the imperialists trying to crush a native people. And that's exactly how Russia likes to pose itself, as not only that defender of the Russian world, but also as the victim to a wider, more powerful force that's trying to keep them down or keep them from achieving the success that they deserve. So some of these political effects that we're already feeling through these narratives and through how these narratives have led to populist victories and splintering of a more central identity within Europe, and also an understanding of NATO as an institution of immense value. Just recently, in November, NATO's foreign ministers gathered in Brussels, and two of the people, or two of the groups that were hindering aid to Ukraine, were US and Hungary. and it was the US GOP in Hungary were able to do Russia's work for them, in essence, blocking some of the certification of further aid. So you can see how these narratives are creating great strategic effect for Russia. They're getting the maximum bang for their buck. So using very cheap asymmetric techniques within narrative warfare, they've managed to fracture not only NATO's ability to supply Ukraine with what they need in the most quick, efficient way, but they're also fracturing support within individual countries. So some of the really, and I'm definitely going to leave you guys with different sources on how to track Russia's tactics in using disinformation. But one of the tactics in this overall strategy is that they're using information laundering. And this is something that is becoming an increasingly large problem where the messaging that's coming directly from Russia is being passed through several quasi-legitimate sources, then getting picked up by legitimate sources, and then they're being broadcast by Associated Press, CNN, I think even the Washington Post. So normally credible sources for information are getting compromised through this tactic of information laundering. For, I don't know if you guys are aware of the NATO STRATCOM, Strategic Communications Center of Excellence. They have some of the best research done by folks in Europe, which I want to stress, even though I am American and I have a very American-centric point of view as far as threats go, I am constantly reaching out to these NATO Center of Excellence, both for hybrid warfare and for strategic communications, to broaden my understanding of not only how different countries within NATO and within Europe understand the threat, but also as an early warning for us in the US. If we had paid attention in 2011, 2013, 2014 to what was going on in Eastern Europe, we wouldn't have been caught so far behind in the information war and the narrative war that we are now. So we're just now getting our act together, where if we had learned the lessons, seen the tactics and techniques and procedures that were used against you in Ukraine, in Estonia, we would be much better off now. So just to caveat that a lot of these insights were gained looking at NATO and looking at European research for a broader understanding of what's going on, not just a US-centric way of understanding the information environment. So going back to that information laundering, it's more important than ever to attribute where the original information is coming from. And there are so many good studies, again, on NATO STRATCOM COE with methodologies mapping the structures of information laundering networks, mapping the evolution of specific narratives, mapping the transition between those narratives coming from either the country of origin. So some of the best narratives Russia finds by looking inside that country of origin for any type of sentiment that's going to benefit Russian goals. So again, they're not creating something. They're looking at something that exists within the zeitgeist of the community that they want to influence. So something that's already a part of their identity. And then they propagate it, they astroturf it. They make that sentiment, which is organic to that region, they make it seem more profuse or more normal than it is. So where a few years ago, we in the US would look at some of the stuff that's come through on QAnon, and that has really people have latched onto it here. We would have considered 10 years ago that that was impossible because it's batshit crazy. However, now those views have become normalized through amplification and propagation, and that is thanks to Russia. So having the attribution, being able to track where these things come from, are they propagated internal narratives, or are they narratives that are coming directly from Russia via the information laundering system? Those two things tell us a lot more about how to create powerful narratives that would in turn either distract or combat the narratives that Russia has propagated. So I just want to leave you guys with an understanding that the cognitive threat that Russia poses to US, to NATO, and to connected functioning EU is great. And in my view, it is the greatest threat that the West has faced since the end of the Cold War. And after that, I'll just hand it back to you, Armo, and wait for questions.
Thank you, Felicia. If I may have the first question. Your last statement that the threat of Russia is great, but so recalling what Christian also told us, he used the concept of weaponization of migration by Russia against Poland, against Finland, against the whole European Union. So this Russian ethos, this Russian value system that is, I would say, far beyond good and evil, using Nietzsche's words, is this crucial difference between Russia and Russian and Western or Western European values, American value system, is recognized by European Union, by the US, because human being in Russia is just an asset. They treat it like a tool. You can use it as a hammer. You can use it as a migrant, to attack the borders without weapons. So, because the first step is recognition of the problem of this total different value system and mindsets which affect everything else: economics, politics, diplomacy, warfare, narrative wars, etc. And from this recognition, we can move to clear vision of real scenarios and possibilities to end this particular war and future wars started by Russia. So if it is not recognized yet, so what should happen? The same words are used by American policymakers, by European policymakers. The threat of Russia is great, guys. We should do something.
So I think that there's a couple levels here, and I just want to make sure before I respond that I clarify that these are definitely my own views and not the views of the American government or even specifically of narrative strategies, because we're getting into talking about tactics, techniques, and procedures. Like, what are we going to do? I think that one of our first goals has to be to break the Russian population's will to fight or to support. And I feel like we have absolutely not engaged as we should in that battle space. Recently, there's been a lot of reporting, and I know you've probably seen this from me on LinkedIn, of the violence that returning Russian convict soldiers have caused within Russia, right? If I want the Russian people to reject this war, I need to show them why it affects them, right? I have to connect into their identity. If I want them to act, I need to connect into what's going to make them act. So when they think that the war is going to come into their house because these soldiers have been released back into the community, then I use that reality and I amplify it so that people are afraid, not afraid of Ukraine, not afraid of the Western imperialists, right? Because that fear is intangible. I want them to be afraid of the guy who lives next door, who comes back, who just burned his sister alive in her bed, and now he's going to come for me and my child, right? Like that's something that actually happened. So I want to take these truths, these real things that are happening, and I want to amplify them to make them seem more of a threat to more people. Because as soon as people understand that they should be more afraid of the person at their doorstep than these, unrealistic fears that Putin has given them over the last 20 years, right? Like that's how we do this. Again, we don't debunk what Putin's saying. We just tell a better story. And there are so many ways that we can tell this story. Russia gives us gifts to use against them every day, just like we do, right? But they're using those against us. We are not using theirs against them. And so that would be my suggestion, is start making things real for the Russian people. This is not a war of ideology. This is a war that's going to come to your doorstep. And it's going to be your own people who are going to hurt you.
Yeah, thank you for your answer. And we also can see it using our own research in Russia. The difference between younger generations, those who could be conscripted, and those who cannot be conscripted because of their age, their support of this war is totally different. The attitude toward new mass mobilization is opposite directly. I mean, 3/4 of younger Russians, about 30 years, they don't support this step, and older generation who will, observe this whole thing from their couches, they will support it and say, yes, we should conduct another way of mobilization. Yeah, this is a problem of egoistic, personal motive of Russians.
Well, and I think that you bring up a really good point, because especially with very like macho culture, which is what Putin tries to project, and which is one of the reasons why he was so well respected within a certain community within the US, is because men of a certain age feel like politics have emasculated them, right? They feel powerless. And again, this is where these nationalistic movements use these narratives of it's not your fault that you're not doing well. It's the West, it's the Jews, it's the immigrants, right? It's never your fault. It's always somebody else is doing this to you. That is the narrative that runs across the board with all of these nationalist campaigns, from France to Hungary to the US, right, to the Netherlands. It's the fear of the other when you're not focusing on the threat that's next door. So that's one thing that I absolutely love about all the information that's coming out about the prisoners being released back, is that is something that older people who like the idea of we're reclaiming Russian glory, right? Yeah, that's cool. Reclaim that Russian glory, but don't release these people back into our community, right? They're in prison for a reason, right? So again, you have an ability to now touch a populace that couldn't be touched by other means.
Yeah, exactly. And you mentioned this point of reclaiming the past glory, and that it's all about West. They are guilty because of everything, and this is conspirology mentality. And this is, I would say, this is triune concept of truth or post-truth.
that truth is volatile thing. You know, today it is one truth, tomorrow it will be another truth. Then conspirology, and another is criminal mentality, it's attitude towards the law. So they're all connected with common motive of practice. So this is useful for us. This is in our interest. So for this reason, this is the truth for today. For tomorrow, it will be another truth because of our interest.
Well, I think it's really important to understand that there's a greater truth, right? There's a truth that can be quantified and verified and agreed upon by people in different locations, speaking different languages. And I like to call that like the capital T truth, right? But there's the smaller truth. There's your personal truth, and then there's my personal truth, and that's based off of our experiences. And it's based off of our education. It's based off of what our families taught us while we were young. And so, you know, in the West, we're very naive because we want to engage people at the higher truth level when people are more motivated by their personal truth, right? And so when we look at debunking and fact checking, that is that higher truth. Well, people don't care about that. People care about personal truth. So again, anytime you're looking to use influence, don't worry about a higher truth. Look at who your audience is. Just like Jade said, we're not looking at trying to convince a true believer to believe something different because we know that doesn't work. We're looking for the people on the spectrum, right? Where we can tap into their personal truth and just give them a nudge, right? Their personal truth overlaps with the wider truth that I want to get them to understand. So I'm just going to nudge them in the right way. That is how influence operations work. It's connecting somebody's personal truth to the message and the action that you want to get those audience members to do.
Yeah, and final statement. It's that is why in Russia, in Russian language, there is distinction between truth and pravda and istina. So there is no such a synonym in English. So, for example, istina is 2 + 2 is 4, equals 4. But according to my truth, 2 + 2 is 5, and this is my truth. So yeah, because it is better for my country.
Yes.
So basically, as we can see, Russians have nothing in common with the logics, even formal one. So I guess Germans have fallacy. The same distinction. Yeah, exactly, fallacy. That's the fallacy, but no similar word for true in the sense of logic, classical logic.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Felicia. That was a great speech, and indeed, narrative strategies and in particular, Brian's speech filled in really a lot to our work. And I just have a couple of quick questions, especially given I'm at this moment, and Alex pointed out as well, about criminal consciousness. I'm trying to tackle the cybersecurity and cybercrimes issues and to create a more global picture of relations of their legal consciousness, if you will, and how it is intertwined with this personal truth, because obviously we do not have any connections. They do not have any connections, and they adopt in each case, they particularly pick up the things which are convenient, but as long as they have to deal with international frameworks or international architecture, they would be even inclined to renounce any judgment of a combined court, let's say, consisting of North Korean judges, Iranian judges, Russian judges, rather than, international forums. What, to your opinion, is the core issue to be, let's say, attacked applying that model which Brian introduced? Where has the bomb to be dropped in order to at least diminish the influence on ordinary Russians, I mean, who are engaged into kinetic warfare, who go on with war fighting rather than even politicians or their allies. So that's simple, but I think broad question. Sorry for that.
Oh no, that's it. It's one of the things that I think has to happen for any success within influence operations. You have to be able to zoom in and out on perspective. So, sorry. So what I mean by this is that you have to look broadly at global trends, and then you have to go in and look at these narrow views of who are your specific key publics that you want to engage, and what do you want them to do as far as exhibiting behavior after you've communicated, right? So again, it's that ability to look at the wider global trends, see who is failing and who is succeeding in dealing with issues that are similar to yours, and then zooming into those successes and failures to understand what were the factors of success, and what of those factors can I replicate, and then what were the factors of failure, and do those factors of failure exist within my current operational structure? So to go back to some of the things that Brian talked about, is that that confirmation bias, how people just want to intake information that confirms what they already believe, right? So like all of these things that exist within societies, and like Jade said, they exist within societies within a spectrum. But how do I look at all of those factors for failures, identify those factors existing in my own operational environment, and then how do I correct for those? And then how do I look at those successes, and how do I amplify those successes based on the audience that I want to influence within my area of operations? That's the general answer to the question. More specifically, it is imperative to break individuals' will to fight, because even if somebody is on the battlefield, it can be the difference between somebody looking for a martyrdom, where they're gonna fight and try to kill as many of you before they go out, or it can be the difference between somebody who is going to surrender, right? And that's huge, because every human life that is saved through cognitively wearing down your enemy is a success, right? So how do we do that? We find the most powerful stories, showing them that there is no way for them to win, and showing them the suffering that's happening by their fellow fighters and by the people at home, right? Oh, well, Russia said that they were going to pay you this and that they were going to take care of the family that you left at home. Well, guess what? These are all the families who are not getting payments and who are going to be cold and starve this winter, right? So all the things that they value and hold as truth, you start to break down their trust in those truths, right? You get them to question those truths. And that's the nudge that Jade's talking about, is you don't have to get them to reject their truths. You just have to get them to question them. And once somebody is questioning whether the truth that their commanders and the truth that their country is telling them is real truth, or is it propaganda truth, right? Once they start questioning that, they're going to be the soldier who decides to give in. They're not going to be the soldier who wants to be the martyr for their country.
Thank you, Felicia.
Thank you so much.
Brandon.
Just a quick statement. We just had Paul Cormery of RAND, and unfortunately he left, but there was exactly a corresponding report regarding the attitudes to Wagners who came back from the front line, and they are not honored at all at home. So yeah, thank you very much for your answer, precise answer to my broad question. Thank you very much, and please, Brandon.
Yeah, it's a pleasure to meet face to face. So you mentioned earlier the differential in perspectives from let's call it Washington consensus and Europe. You called out the Stratcom in Europe. There's also the question of San Francisco, and then there's a couple other questions, including Ukraine. How do we go about having a more rounded operational groupthink in this conversation? Like the zeitgeist is getting sore, actually.
So I think you bring up a good point, because there's a level of fatigue and exhaustion with all audiences, even the most interested ones, and that's normal, right? That's something that has been documented by behavioral science for quite a while. But I think that just to paraphrase you here, I think that you're looking for a cohesive strategy, and what I'll say, and I'll kind of harken back to what I was saying about being able to zoom out and zoom in, right? You can have a cohesive strategy of how we are going to handle influence campaigns, we'll just call it malign foreign influence campaigns. I feel like malign campaigns happen internally and externally, but for this purpose, we're going to focus on foreign malign influence campaigns coming from Russia. So looking at a unified strategy, first we have to all acknowledge that yes, we have a problem, right? And the issue with that is, if you look at US as a collection of nations under a centralized governing system, we mirror EU in ways that are markedly similar. We have states like Florida and Texas who are banning books, and they are controlling what people can say and what they can't say, and it's mostly based off ideological views that are being perpetrated by people in government to control a population through fear, right? And you see that happening in Europe with Poland and also with Hungary, trying to control populist governments in general, trying to control their populations and keep them voting for them, because they say, hey, look at these immigrants who are coming to get your job. These immigrants were raping people along the way. If you look at Trump's rhetoric about Mexicans, right, coming across the southern border, and that they were all criminals. So you have fear being used to get people to continue to vote for the folks who are pointing out that there's a problem. However, we have places like California, which are much more aware not just of a Russian threat, but of a Chinese threat. So again, how do we look at Europe and the US as a collection of individual states with individual wants and needs that may not be a part of a collective? They might not want to be a part of collective security. Texas is talking about succeeding, right? So how do we get all of these people to agree? Well, we're not. But how can we bully enough of the majority to to concede in a strategy? And I think that it goes back to any good influence campaign. is that you look at what people are concerned about and you craft your narrative to target those concerns. Now, in my brief, I talked about how the US and Europe are being targeted on the same fronts. So I think that that's one thing that we can agree on, is we can look at, hey, like, what types of stuff are you being targeted on, and what effects are they having within your political environment, right? And when politicians see that they may be voted out of power due to Russian manipulation, they're going to get on board. But again, you have to show people why they have to care. I call it the give a shit factor. If you can get each country and the leadership of those countries to understand that their political survivability is going to be related to their ability to counter, again, like Brian said, counter is not the right word, to basically tell better and more unifying and effective stories than Russia can create fracturing stories, right? And to do it consistently. So that's the answer. It's possible, but we have to tap into a give a shit factor. We have to make the threat real to people, and then they'll get on board.
There's an awful lot of like generative networks, generative or adversarial networks, algorithmic acceleration of bot farms on crypto networks for real-time compute. Like, these kind of things are, especially when you start programming memtetics into that, they're really powerful, and we can probably achieve objectives faster than we enable them. Also, there's some actual problems in the underlying architecture there that probably should be sidebarred and discussed directly.
Yeah,
in
so
so just throwing that out there at some point. I'd love to have a coffee.
So in some of the resources that I will make available to the audience through what ARMO puts out after the conference, we're looking at those relationships. Again, like when I'm talking about information laundering, it is a part of that propagation amplification process. And so it's research looking at nodal connections, basically who within the network is propagating the most of what, right? So there's really good research on that. There's good research on understanding what platforms are better or worse algorithmically for identifying and shutting down inauthentic algorithmic behavior or inauthentic user behavior. So Google is actually really good at this, and Facebook is not, and that's a part of Facebook's or Meta's own data, right? Instagram is better than Facebook, but who is worse? The absolute worst is TikTok. So again, understanding how these algorithms actually promote good and bad behavior. If we're gonna, I hate to do the binary, right? It's all on a spectrum. However, the algorithms actually promote the amplification of certain types of narratives more than others, and the narratives that it promotes, especially on TikTok. And I know this was talked about by another speaker, but it's the most salacious, the most like conspiracy theory. It's the stuff that would be in the National Enquirer. It'd be tabloid stuff, but that's the stuff that TikTok algorithm likes to promote over anything else. So again, like going back to looking at, yes, we can, the tools that we have in place are amazing, but I think that the one thing that I want everybody here to understand is that no tool is effective if your message isn't targeting and connecting with somebody's experience of reality. It is the human factor that makes messaging work. It is not the conduit of how we message, right? It is the content of the message. And this is one of the big issues that I have with government programs. no tech tool or platform is going to be the solution or the downfall of our operations, right? It is the messaging. And if we cannot learn how to create effective messages that are tapping into people's identities, then everything else is meaningless.
Thank you, Felicia. Thank you for this broad answer. As I can see, Brian raised hand long time ago. Brian, please, the floor is yours.
Okay, so this Felicia brought up some stuff, several things that I think that are worth expounding on. And one of the things I learned from narrative strategies is I'm the odd one out with respect to some of my views of the world, but I'm okay with that. But one of the challenges is, I think, especially from individuals who are more in line with, say, a California or a New York view than they are with a Texas or a Florida view, sometimes they don't recognize why certain messages resonate very well with, say, a Russian population or a Hamas population, who are much more conservative, much more religiously oriented, and much more, whatever, old school, we'll just call it, like, 1950s sensibilities as opposed to 2023 sensibilities in terms of everything from gender fluidity to a whole variety of things. So one of the challenges I consistently see in American messaging abroad is we mirror image what we think is reasonable. And we don't understand what is reasonable to the population, to whom our target population, whether that's a partner, an ally, or an opponent. And a lot of times our partners are much more conservative than the most secular city I've ever interacted with is Washington, D.C. Now, I haven't been in a lot of European cities, so there might be European cities more secular than Washington, D.C., but it is the least religious city I've ever been in. Of course, I've lived in the Middle East a lot, which says a bit, but so the challenge is, if you're interacting, particularly like in the case of Russia, where Putin's using a lot of religious imagery, a lot of religious terminology, that does not resonate with a lot of the DC elite. And I would also argue the Hollywood elite and sort of the whatever hashtag or whatever elite that exists. And that's a challenge that America has in messaging to the world. This was our fundamental problem in Afghanistan. Like, we could not connect with the Afghans because they weren't interested in a lot of the Western 21st century messaging we were giving.
I'm so glad that you brought that up, because my experience in crafting narratives started in the field in Afghanistan, and I was asked to actually create recruitment videos for Karzai's initiative of the APPF, so the Afghan People Protection Force, which is basically security guards, right? But this is important, and it actually it taps into a lot of what Brian just said, what Jade has been saying, and then what I said in my brief. To do this, I had to go and figure out, like, who's my audience. Well, we want to recruit, men between the ages of 16 and 35, right, or 15 and 35. And I was just like, well, is there a tribe, or like, is it urban, is it rural, what do you want? We need everyone everywhere. And so, of course, I couldn't create a recruitment video for each tribe, but I focused on Pashto and Dari speakers. So Pashto speakers tend to be a little bit more conservative. They tend to have a more patriarchal, structured society. And so I had to learn about them. So I went to different regions of Afghanistan, and I talked to young men within the ages of my target audience. And I asked them, what were their concerns? Like, what did they care about? Who would they listen to as far as advice? Like, rank these people as far as like whose opinion is most important to you. And then I showed them different video clips, and I was just like, what do you think is more truthful, or what do you think is more interesting, or what would you believe as far as this or this? And so I had to go and understand how these men thought before I could create a video to recruit them. And I had to address their concerns. I had to address them in a way that they could receive. So the style of the video that I produced, the language that was used, not the language as in that I was using Pashto, but the fact that it needed to be more formal language, because that formal language had authority, right? Where in Dari, it was very much a little like kind of Indian style Bollywood, right? There was music, there was just a lot of effects and flashy stuff, and it was very informal. It was one person, like one male of the same age as my target audience, talking to another male, talking about like their prospects within Afghanistan. So again, it's just because I was creating a recruitment video for men in Afghanistan didn't mean that I used one language. It didn't mean that I used one style of communication. It didn't mean that I addressed one aspect of identity. It didn't mean that I addressed one concern. It was nuanced. It was across the spectrum, because that's what needed to happen to get people to act, i.e., to sign up for this Afghan People Protection Force. And they got more people than they expected. They thought it was going to be a failure. They had more than the recruitment quotas. So the video worked. The videos worked. But they worked because I did not come in with the view that I understood what needed to happen. I came in to learn from the people in my environment. I had them tell me what mattered to them. And then I used their advice to create something to motivate them to act. So just like you said, like in the West, we're very naive. We think that because we have technology that we can, honestly, the US has a perception that because we spend more and we have technology, that means dominance and supremacy within warfare, but that's not true. Asymmetric means of warfare have been gaining incredible advantages across the world. So I think that one of the first things we have to do in the West, especially within the US, to create effective communications, let alone influence operations, is to step outside of what we think we know and get ready to learn from the people who we want to affect.
Yeah, if I may, to follow up your argumentation concerning religiosity, if Russia is a religious country, so I think it is very basic misconception in the West that Russia is a religious country, and that this so-called traditional values, or how Brian told, use the word, the term old-fashioned, yeah, old-fashioned or old-fashioned values. So this is, I think, this is very important, crucial misconception that so the US is a religious country, truly a religious country, because there is a culture of church, Sunday in the church, many people truly believers. So in Russia, and even sociological surveys, even Russian sociological surveys, they show that in practice, in their everyday life, this mundane level, they're not religious at all. So they talk a lot about their spirituality in religious context, but in the truth, they are not so religious.
Well, Alex,
so
hold on, I want to interrupt a second. Then can you explain to me, and I don't disagree, because I'm sure you know way better than I do, but why then does Putin use religious imagery in his language so much?
Yeah, it's a great question. So that I wanted to talk next about. I think that that is all because they use the concept of official народность. It's you can't you cannot translate it this full meaning to English. It's official nationality, because it has three main concepts of autocrat as самодержец, autocrat as tsar, of religion, church, and then народность as nationality. So they all of the last two, I mean, the religion and the church, Orthodox Church, and nationality, народность, they're only tools or pillars needed for autocrat, for tsar, for maintaining his sacred power. And I think they also have this misconception in Russia that they are really religious people, and their own people are very religious. And it is also used for spirituality, as Pär told us, for this morale, etc., etc. But they really have this misconception of Russian people as truly religious people.
Sorry for interrupting. Just to add on to what Alex is saying, they have a fascinating word, богоносец, the one who contains God in himself or herself. And
yeah,
sorry, just I thought that would be appropriate to mention it. And that is basically one word narrative, which had been cherished for centuries. I would not say even Bolsheviks tried to, demolish it, but they couldn't. So,
but I
sorry again for interrupting.
I think that that's so important, though, because, again, talking about our an American or US or Western understanding of the word religious, we're thinking that it's the church plus spirituality, right? And so you're saying that the Russians are not spiritual, right? There's not a connection with God per se, but the religion as an organization and as a function and legitimizer of the state, that is what it's there for, right? It's there as a prop to the legitimacy of the state, right? So it's not the spiritual function of religion. It is the legitimizing of the state. And it's very similar to, how monarchies and imperial societies work, where it's God granted one person the right to rule. So Putin, again, it's a symbolic saying that he's not deriving his power through his people, right? Which is what democracies do. The people legitimize the power. It's that he is legitimized by these outside forces, to include the religious legitimacy, not just the legitimacy of the people voting within a democratic society.
Well said.
Yes. Okay. We have many reactions to follow. Ilya, you were the first one. Please.
Yeah. Okay. So my first education is religious studies, and during my educational process, I moved to Russia from time to time in Moscow State University, and have a lot of contacts with colleagues from Russian universities who studied religion and religion in Russia, of course. And according to some of them, in non-formal communication after conferences, they told the idea. I don't think it's a news, it's a new idea, because many among you said the same things, that that Russia is a secular country, is one of the most secular countries in the world, and USSR throughout atheist propaganda and its fighting against church made everything. Yes, and now Russia is a secular state. Of course, there are religious people like anywhere, but in United States is far more religious countries than Russia. even the more secular states of United States are far more religious, and people in the United States, when they say they are Christians, they usually understand what does it mean. And colleagues who made field studies in Russia, they gave a lot of very funny anecdotal evidence, for example, and this anecdotal evidence, of course, we can find these results in numbers, but it's really very funny. So they ask the person in Vladimirskaya Oblast as a represent for Russia in general. Are you Orthodox? So, or Orthodox Christian? Yes, sure, I'm Orthodox Christian. Why do you think, why do you view yourself as an Orthodox Christian? The interviewer asks. Because I'm Russian. Yeah. Do you believe in God? Of course not. Or, maybe something exists, but really, I don't care. But why do you consider yourself as Orthodox or Christian? Why? Because I'm Russian. It's a part of my identity as this person. So it's not, it's a part of identity, but not even the cultural one, but political identity. So I'm Russian, that's why I'm Orthodox. But I can not attend church, don't read Bible, I don't know, don't care about everything spiritual, New Testament, and so on, so on, so on. So that's why for Putin, it's one of the way, among other ways, to legitimize his power, because he is an orthodox ruler or something like that. But it's not deeply rooted in their belief in God or any form of traditional legitimization like it was before USSR. So it's it's a part of political identity, but not very serious, not very significant.
Okay, but I have a quick question.
Just one notion before we move forward. We have the same results that are you unorthodox regarding Ukrainian society, and another very important distinction. We can't translate it in English, so it means "я русский" and "я россиянин." So Russian in ethnicity way and Russian as national identity. So because there are many Russians in 6 republics of Caucasus, Caucasian Republic in Russia, I attended 2 of them, and it's not Russia at all. It's just not. I mean, Kabardino-Balkaria, Karacháyevo-Cherkessia, it's not Russia, and they won't recognize themselves as Orthodox believers. They are Muslims, many of them, the majority of them. But it's very interesting point. Thank you for that.
Quick follow-up. Quick follow-up. One of the words that we are missing inside of American government. So like he says, they have like words like nash, like ours. It fills in that gap up to religion and state. But we have something too. We have the Masonic and the Jesuit orders, right? Like there are societal preclusions from mentioning these in governmental programs, but in a lot of ways they fill the same ethos gap between religion and the individual. And the larger that gap is, the more you have opportunity to create memtetics around the religious iconography. So you can kind of rewire what some of those words mean inside the identity.
I would like looking at the US and governments to understand religion's presence in legislation and current government elections and actions. I would go back and look at the Heritage Foundation and study that in depth, create algorithmic language analysis tool, looking for how the language has escalated, or the patterns of language or coded language that are fueling religion-based legislation or religion-based decisions. However, you know, within the U.S., there is a sense of I know something that you don't know, or I am privy to an understanding that the rest of the world doesn't have because of my my religious affiliation. So there is this sense of religious knowledge granting a superior understanding that fuels things within the United States. So looking at that and looking at a lot of the decisions that happen on war, when with the populist segment of the US government supporting Israel over Hamas, even though the Russian narrative is Palestinians over the imperialist supported Jews, right? So that's one way where religion has made Russia's narrative on the Israel-Hamas war not take within his normal receptive community, right? And religion has to do with that because there is a religious ideological tie with Israel, with fundamental Christianity, right? That is going to keep Israel continuing support to Israel, where it's a lot easier for Putin to make people question Ukraine because there isn't that ideological connection with fundamental Christianity.
It's also built into the DISA architecture, right? Like there are certain governmental structures and how that functions and why that is the case.
Well, I mean, just looking at this this war of attrition, right? The war of attrition is the war that Russia wants to fight. And going back to what I said before, in that Russia's using asymmetry, right? They're using information and influence war against Ukraine to separate Ukraine from its allies so that it can fight the war that it knows it can win, right? Which is just Ukraine versus Russia, like war of attrition. And it can't do that if we're standing behind Ukraine. So it is of vital importance in this war of attrition for us allies to get our collective acts together on how we message and how we inform our peoples so that the people's will to support does not, it will outlast Russia's will to supply and fight.
Is it a war of attrition because the right wants it to be a war of attrition and it knows it can win? Like to me, this is not.
Oh, I don't want to make this US centric. I mean, this is definitely much wider than, you know, just what's happening in the US, but it goes beyond, you know, populism. It's this understanding that together as allies within NATO, within the EU, and within the US, our collective partnerships is keeping us not only safe, but it's allowing our economies to grow within a stable global economic environment, right? So again, like hybrid warfare, you're bringing economic ability to develop and to maintain and to grow. And when markets fail, it may not be a direct hit on that market, but the investors may view it as, okay, well, I don't think it has the ability to grow, so I'm gonna freak out and remove my funds, right? So again, looking at hybrid warfare, if we fracture as a unified allied front behind Ukraine, that's going to affect all of our economies, right? Which is going to affect our people. These are the narratives that we have to tell. Like, hey, together we have a stable environment in which to grow our individual economies, right? So America first may look like America allied with NATO and Europe to support Ukraine, right? It's the outcome. We need to focus on the outcome. So looking at America first may actually destroy the things that people want from an America first policies, right? So again, looking at how we educate our populace through, because it's not just narratives against our adversaries, it's narratives to strengthen our folks back home and get them to buy into what we're trying to do here.
Actually, just
I believe you
quickly
guys. You guys are
to add to the discussion, really, you know, while talking to my US friends, just friends who are far away from the war or narrative battles, if you will, I can just spectate how their, you know, affection to Ukraine and their support for Ukraine has diminished at once when the gas prices had risen up. At once they became the victims of those rhetorics regarding why we have to spend a penny to Ukrainians or Israel or whatever, despite they're really good people and they're sometimes even religious people. But you know, as a second part of that, we cannot shape or try to shift Russians' perception of Ukrainians as enemies or EU or US without changing our, I mean, Ukrainians' attitude within, because there are a lot of problems connected. And as long as you have a corrupt government, you cannot become a partner to nations or states who have already defeated those inner problems. And so that would be some kind of hypocrisy from our side to try to build that story which encapsulates, you know, we are the righteous ones and they are definitely the evil side without inner changes. And unfortunately, what I see and why I started with my US friends, I cannot condemn them because even when Comrade C is welcomed by Apple owners, Google owners, and which is a threat to national security, obviously. But the ordinary people, I mean, not ordinary, but average person in the US understands that if US builds a close ties to China economy, they will just lower the debt. Like we discussed in private yesterday with Brian that like everyone understands in the US, every dollar we spend on Ukraine or Israel or whatever is borrowed one. We take them from China and who is going to pay? We are. So maybe that is a part of that whole story, how to justify to the population, both US or EU, which is of course not, you know, equal, as a story which justifies investments in Ukraine,
yeah,
which are highly priced. Definitely, the war is a costly thing.
Well, I mean, even beyond the war, just right now, like I have been like attacked as being pro-Ukrainian, and I'm just like, actually, I'm very simply pro-American. As somebody who looks at threats, to have another nation bleed one of your biggest competitors on the global stage, bleed them dry, right? Take away their ability to attack other nations that I have existing treaties with, right? They're like, this is the biggest gift to US, and no one is looking at it like it's a benefit, right? What would have happened if we would have had to go toe to toe with them in Syria, right? What cost, how many billions of dollars would that have cost, right? they are not capable of affecting us, like the US and US military and all the places that we're engaged around the world. They cannot affect us in the same way, causing personal loss, causing financial loss, long-term engagement. They can't, and it's thanks to Ukraine. So when I'm looking at cost, I can do a mock-up cost of what a large-scale engagement across 5 years between US and Russia and another region of the world would cost the US. And then we can look at how much aid to Ukraine cost the US. And I can tell you right now that it is such a benefit to the US people, and no one is telling them this story. No one's putting the case forward. Look at what it would cost us if it was us having to go toe to toe, right? Think of all those troops that you say that, thank you for your service. So, okay, you're thanking me for my service, but you would rather, instead of send money and equipment to Ukraine for Ukraine to fight one of our largest competitors, you want to send me out there. And so like what is that saying? I've had people on LinkedIn say, well, what about we're not doing this for our troops, or our troops have poor housing? And I tell them, look, I would rather have poor housing than, dying on a battlefield. So you tell me what the cost to troops are, and I'll tell you right now that the cost is higher when we have to go, both financially, economically, and with US lives. And it's something that people are afraid to say, that yes, Ukraine is bleeding our second largest competitor dry so that they can't affect us. That is of huge value. And we have to engage the American public with this. This should not be something hard to convince them. And I don't think that, while I do hope that you continue as a country to work on corruption issues, I know every country has corruption issues, your friends need to be there to support you through the process. You should not have to go through that alone. So again, it's understanding collectively we have way more to gain together and supporting your fight than we have all trying to fight Russia individually.
Why can't we get F-16s?
Thank you so much,
just
Brian.
a second.
Brian, word
Brian,
to
please.
you. Mhm.
Okay, so one, I think, well, anyway, I'm not going to go back to the religion comment, but the part that Armo and I chatted about yesterday that I think is not properly articulated in this story is a story about competence. Part of why people in America are, I think, disinclined to support what the US government wants, is because we do not perceive the government or the US military or the people advising them to be competent. So
Well said.
it isn't just an issue of, oh, that money could be spent elsewhere. It's like that money's not going to be spent well.
Yes.
And then that, of course, is a concern, and it's why and I don't know how much of it is true and how much of it is not true. I think enough is true to make the not true stuff believable in terms of money that has been provided to Ukraine not being well spent, partly because we know that billions of dollars were not well spent in Afghanistan and Iraq. And so we have enough data that is true data such that we're inclined to believe data that is false about how much may or may not be wasted in Ukraine. And so Armo, when I was talking with him, part of what I said that I think Ukraine needs to promote as a story, and in terms, and when I say story, I mean every aspect of story. So I mean characters, I mean settings, the whole aspect. And so part of what needs to be promoted in Ukraine are competent Ukrainian soldiers. soldiers who know how, like I remember a story came out probably a year ago about how Ukrainian soldiers were connecting between Starlink and cell phones and whatever to get a common operational picture. And so they were working. And so that story was innovative, plucky Ukrainian soldiers, trying to overcome. And I have not seen, now I'm not hip deep in Ukraine information. So I know there's lots of Ukrainian stuff that comes out, but I also know I'm better informed, certainly than the average American on it. And based off of the building I work in that has 1,000 US Army majors in it, I am better informed than the average major in that building on Ukraine. So, and so if I haven't seen it, I kind of use myself as the average man. If I haven't seen it, then it's not out there enough. And I have not seen enough of those stories. I can think of like 1, 2, 3 at the very beginning of the war, like the Ghost of Kyiv story, which then became, that it was stolen video footage from video games and that kind of thing. But there were certain stories at the beginning about the plucky Ukrainian that were quite effective, I think, in generating American support. And I have not seen a continuous thing. And so Americans tend to equate attritional war, even though attritional war is what we do, which is so funny. It's the irony of this, but we equate attritional war with incompetence. So in the American story of World War I was the way it was because it was incompetently managed. These are a bunch of idiot generals. Same thing with our American Civil War. The American Civil War was so bloody because we had a bunch of incompetence running it, right? That's sort of the story. Even though that's an inaccurate reading of history, that is how most Americans interpret it. So that's part of the challenge, that as soon as you say you're in an attritional war, the average American who's paying attention at all is going to hear that as, oh, you people don't know how to do, because the right kind of war is Desert Storm, and that's over in 100 hours. So clearly you're incompetent because you haven't ended this war in 100 hours. Right.
I think you're almost giving people too much credit, because I don't think the average person in America knows what war of attrition is. But you make a good point. Because
Fee, I'll give you that. But so I'm kind of equating average with also average Yahoo in DC and average policymakers and average staffer on Capitol Hill. So like I'm using average to mean a lot of things, and I'm semantically overloading the term. But so yes, you're correct. The average American doesn't know that, but the average whatever national security person does, and that's sort of why. And that's also true of congressmen and Congress people. Like it's part of why we lose the support. So I think so much more needs to be communicated. I mean, you are right, Fee, in the sense of why America should be in support of it. That needs to be done way better by the administration. They have done a horrible job of communicating why this war is in our interest. But in the other part, what Ukraine needs to promote is stories of competence, and it doesn't have to be bureaucratic competence. It just needs to be competence. Soldiers.
Well, and no, I get you. And the fact that Ukraine is fighting a whole of society war has to be projected, because when I was talking before about national buy-in and connecting with somebody's identity, you do that by first-person storytelling, right? The American people are going to connect with the Ukrainian tank crew who called up the Russian manufacturer to get some operational advice on how to fix the tank, which they then went and destroyed more Russian assets with, right? These are the stories that we need to tell, and we don't need to tell them. The guy in the tank who had the idea to call up the Russian manufacturer, that guy needs to tell the story, because I'm telling you, all of the American older men, younger men who can connect with, like, man, if I was in the battle space, I would have done the same thing, or that's genius. I wish I had thought of something like that. They connect with that man personally. It is a personal connection, and those personal connections are what's going to gain you support. I think that that's why we as Americans not fall for, but we engage with those narratives of the plucky, fast thinking individual who can use their brains to defeat a superior power, right? We love those narratives in the US. So no, I absolutely agree with you. You have to connect with identity with the identity factors of your target audience. So if we want US and Europeans to buy in to continued support to Ukraine, and not the politicians, because the politicians make policy based off of voter blocks. If you get the voters to get behind you, everybody else will fall into place. So it's connecting with that average person in France, that average person in the UK, that average person here in the US, where it doesn't matter about religion, it doesn't matter about anything else other than that they can see themselves aspirationally or realistically in the stories that you can tell about your people in Ukraine.
I just want to follow up your what you just told us about. So it's one of the features that Russians are very proud of. That's example that you said. It's smekalachka, ingenuity of Russians. So okay, we cannot be have the best techniques, equipment, etc., but we have this ingenuity. And you, stupid Westerners, you will know, you have no such a ingenuity. You know, the already dead comedian. He always Zadornov. Oh, the Americans are so stupid, and we have this ingenuity, and we will always prevail because we have this feature, and you don't. So this is one of the, I would say, key features of the myth about themselves, of Russians about themselves, and yeah, we can use it for our own sake. Why not? Why not?
And
okay,
just to add, if we are talking about Russians and we have that pluckiness of Ukrainians, and which had been shown off, and it was well accepted by the Westerners, by average people who like success stories, and obviously who doesn't. But my feeling is there is a need to fill in that gap between competence on tactical level and incompetence on strategic level, which Ukraine definitely has. And that depends on policymakers. I mean, Ukrainian policymakers, of course, Westerners, let alone Westerners. And I see how people are struggling to, read the news and to create any models and predictions what is going to happen next with our presidential office, with our parliament, etc. And unfortunately, the views are rather pessimistic, I would say so. Actually, no one expects something promising, despite like I said, on tactical level. Everyone realizes that people and guys and girls are just doing everything they can. And that is despite government does, not due to. And that story has to include, again, that just to mind that gap and to fill it in. But that's just my personal take, and I appreciate highly your brainstorming session, actually, just which builds the story, actually.
Yes, ending with my statement of ingenuity, that example, that very example that you named of that guy who called Russian producers of tanks, Russians, they also knew about that was happened, and they explained it to themselves. You know why they had the Ukrainians have this ingenuity? Because they're Russians. Because they are Russians. That is why they have the same ingenuity as we have. So it's logical.
You brought up an excellent point, because one of the narratives, I left it out because I was trying to kind of shorten my brief, but one of the narratives that Russia likes to project about itself is that the only reason Ukraine has been able to do so well is because there's enough native Russian ingenuity and purpose, and that it's that kind of xenophobic, like there's enough Russian blood where they have attributes that have made them, difficult to fight. However, we're pure, right? So that we'll be able to overcome. But again, it does go back to that Russian view of the world, and their only way to explain Ukraine's success to their own people is to cite the fact that there's Russian ingenuity, Russian blood, like Russian traits that are allowing for the success despite all the other inherent issues. So again, I think that, on the side of the West, we have a lot to understand as Russian mentality. But this exercise and participating has really allowed me to develop the breadth of my understanding. So I have to thank you all, and also thank all my fellow presenters.
Yes, thank you very much, Felicia, for this brilliant discussion. Thank you, Brian. Thank you all participants for your contribution for this discussion full of insights. And of course, we prepare new events and we encourage you to participate in it. So stay tuned. Armenak, the floor is yours.
Well, Ilya, first of all, apologies for lowering your hand, but we are tight on time and we have to arrive to a conclusion. And again, thank you. Yeah, I hope we will continue our discussion privately, which literally everyone, and just for all the attendees, the plan is to publish the key takeaways of this discussion. Again, all the keynote speakers are going to insert links they want to, and the information will be available, as well as this discussion will be published at our website and YouTube both. So, like I said, the discussion is not under Chatham House rules, so it will be completely public. Well, thank you, Brian. Thank you, Felicia. That was really deep, insightful, and really a rare talk. And I'm utterly grateful and really happy that we have established this connection between our think tank and narrative strategies, which I might hope will bring its fruits soon. Thank you very much again, and we look forward to seeing you again soon. And stay tuned with us. Thanks again. And
bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Bye.